Alright, before we start, I need to be clear about what this video is and what it isn't. If the idea of Sora and Riku being romantically destined, cosmically entwined, or one of them being the light of Kingdom Hearts is fundamental to how you enjoy this franchise, I mean this genuinely, you should skip this video. This isn't an attack, and this isn't a judgment, but this is a structural analysis of the Dark Seeker saga, and the conclusion directly contradicts a very popular community reading. So consider this your off-ramp. For everyone else, let's talk about Riku, and why turning him into the light of Kingdom Hearts actually erases the sacrifices, agency, and narrative labor of almost everyone else in this story. This is a reminder, this video is not here to take something away from you. It's here to ask what this story loses when we simplify it. From the very beginning, Riku is a force in his own right. In Kingdom Hearts 1, he is confident, ambitious, protective, and jealous. He wants to lead. He wants to be strong enough to protect the people he loves. And crucially, he believes power is something you reach for. That's why he chooses darkness, not out of malice, but out of humanity. Because the path to power is tempting, non-linear, and fraught with mistakes. That choice matters. Riku's fall is not a failure of character, it's a consequence of wanting responsibility before the ability to understand it. In Chain of Memories, Riku is isolated. He's no longer reacting. He's confronting himself. His past decisions, his shadow, his identity. He doesn't erase that darkness, he integrates it. He learns restraint. This is the first time in the series where it's asked whether purity is actually the goal. Riku survives by accepting contradiction, not by rejecting it. By 365 days, Riku is operating with intent. He understands sacrifice. He understands that protection doesn't require recognition. His choices are deliberate, and they carry weight. This is where Riku learns that love doesn't need an audience. Doing the right thing quietly becomes more important than being seen doing it. By Kingdom Hearts 2, the contrast is explicit. Sora is reactive and emotionally driven. Riku is reflective, measured, and aware of limits. When Riku acts from the shadows, it's not cowardice, it's experience. He understands that the world is larger than personal desire. Riku has learned something Sora hasn't yet. That urgency is not the same as wisdom. And by Kingdom Hearts 3, that arc is complete. Riku has passed the mark of mastery. He understands consequence. He acts with restraint. His light is earned, but it is contained. It exists within his arc, not as a universal principle. That distinction matters. Contained light is the point. Uncontained light is how people get hurt in this universe. A lot of people bring up the definitive proof that Riku is the light of Kingdom Hearts because of a particular scene in Birth by Sleep. And we need to address something that gets consistently misattributed. Aqua and Terra's reaction to perceived light earlier on in the Darkseeker saga. Because when people point to moments of recognition, warmth, or familiarity, they say, see, that's Riku's light. But they're skipping on a much older, much more obvious through line. Aqua and Terra are not blank slates when it comes to sensing light. They are trained Keyblade wielders. They were raised with someone who literally has the light or the darkness expunged from him. They've lived with Ventus, a being whose whole heart was directly connected to pure light long before Riku ever entered into the picture. And crucially, Ven has spent years inside of Sora. Light to Aqua and Terra is not abstract or mythical. It's a personal memory. So when Aqua and Terra react to something familiar, something warm, something resonant, the most conservative, text-supported interpretation is not Riku is the light of Kingdom Hearts, it's this reminds me of Ven. Aqua in particular is deeply attuned to Ven's presence. Her entire arc in Birth by Sleep revolves around protection, loss, and delayed reunion. Her sensitivity to light is not abstract. It's personal, trained, and relational. For Aqua, light is inseparable from grief. It's something she associates with losing people, not being saved by them. So when Aqua responds to a familiar presence near Sora and Riku, the idea that she's reacting specifically to Riku, rather than to echoes of Ven's heart long intertwined with Sora, requires an extra assumption here that the story simply doesn't make. And that matters. Because if Aqua and Terra were responding to Riku as some sort of singular universal light, the story would frame it that way. And it doesn't. There is no dialogue naming him as such. There's no unique emphasis placed on Riku's presence over Sora's. No distinction that would separate Riku's light from the many other sources of light these characters have already encountered, including princesses of heart, Keyblade masters, and other embodiments of pure light, which raises an uncomfortable question for the Riku as light reading. Why would Aqua and Terra comment on ambient warmth at all? They've been surrounded by pure light for most of this series. If this were a revelation, the narrative would slow down. But it doesn't. Because it isn't. If random warmth were meaningful, it would have been meaningful the dozens of times before now. And the fact is, it isn't singled out elsewhere, tells us that this moment isn't about identifying a new cosmic anchor. This is about recognition, not revelation. Recognition to something familiar, something lost, something pushing forward, and that something is Ven. This reframing also resolves a tonal inconsistency that people tend to ignore. If Aqua had truly recognized a universal stabilizing light in Riku, her later emotional restraint, especially in the Keyblade graveyard, would make no sense. Which brings us directly to that scene. If Riku were the light of Kingdom Hearts in a cosmic sense, in a stabilizing universal force, then his presence would change the emotional gravity of the narrative. But it doesn't. Nowhere is clearer in this than the reunion between Aqua and Ven. These are two characters who have survived erasure, imprisonment, and decades of suffering. Their reunion should overflow with relief. And it doesn't. The scene is quiet, restrained, heavy. They speak like people who are walking towards their death. And that absence is intentional. This is not what salvation looks like in Kingdom Hearts. This is what survival looks like. If Riku's light were universal, something that anchors everything, this moment would feel different. Maybe not euphoric, but lifted. It isn't. Because the story is telling us something important. Light in Kingdom Hearts is not ambient. It's not contagious. It's not a blanket force that erases fear or consequence. It's personal. People often point to Riku calling to Sora during the anti-Aqua fight. Yes, that connection matters. But that moment isn't destiny. It's trust. In moments of imminent loss, people don't reach for cosmic truths. They reach for the person they believe can continue the work if they cannot. That's what that call is. Not romantic inevitability, not universal light. Just grounded faith in another person. Faith does not mean certainty. It means choosing anyway. Now let's talk about the final world, because this is where the argument collapses completely. If love alone overrides consequence, then Sora should have never died. But he does. He doesn't linger naturally. He doesn't belong there. The implication is clear. Sora would have passed on entirely. The only reason he doesn't is Kairi. Not through battle, not through sacrifice, but through anchoring someone holding him in place. This is not triumph, that's desperation. Don't misunderstand me. Riku's stand against the demon tide is heroic. It is an act of love. But it is not enough. That tells us exactly how this universe works. Love does not reset reality. Sacrifice does not negate death. There is no single bond that functions as a universal safeguard. And that's deliberate. In Kingdom Hearts 3, Riku operates from understanding. The clearest conversation is with Kairi about Quadratum. He doesn't diminish her. He doesn't control her. He explains calmly that she isn't ready yet. That isn't dominance, that's mutual respect and shared responsibility. Kairi doesn't argue because she already knows. This is where Kairi's growth lies. Not in some sort of magic power scaling, not in spectacle, but in restraint. Kairi's journey is one where she learns that stepping back sometimes is the act of love. That trusting others doesn't make her weak. Sora, by contrast, doesn't have that emotional bandwidth. He is still reactive, still driven by the need to fix everything immediately, still unable to answer the question posed in 2.9, which is, what actually makes you strong? Riku has answered that question. For him, it's the most important person, that strength comes from that responsibility and connection, not from power or recognition. That's why when we see Riku go to retrieve Naminé, it's not Sora based at all. It's about keeping a promise, maintaining moral clarity, and doing what needs to be done. This is love without urgency, love that survives distance. Think about the beach at the end before the big fight at the Keyblade Graveyard, where Sora and Kairi are sitting together at the Paupu treat, and Riku is alone. Riku is resolved. He's not grasping, he's not chasing, he's whole. Sora isn't there yet. And this matters because the saga is not upheld by a singular source of light. We see many equivalent sacrifices in Kingdom Hearts where people have willingly done similar, if not truly equivalent, acts of self-sacrifice and love, but for some reason it's not held to the same standard as Riku. We have Aqua, who not only gives herself up to the darkness for Ven and Terra, but ends up getting booted into the dark margins because she was protecting Ansem the Wise. Then we have Kairi, who decides to go to sleep for a year so that the gang from Hollow Bastion can go and dive into her heart for even the smallest clue of where to find Sora. Even Riku is aghast at this because there's nothing he can do to add to this. Riku himself protects Naminé through his other self, culminating with, deciding that the vessel should be given to Naminé and not to Riku, even though real Riku is like, what are you doing? Take the vessel. Sora repeatedly risks erasure for the sake of all of his friends, not just Riku or Kairi. He walks into a war in Kingdom Hearts 2, even though Mickey tells him not to continue looking for Riku and Kairi, and he decides not to. He throws himself into a war. What this series shows us is that love is not as simple as you have romantic or platonic feelings for someone and therefore one is more important than the other. This series shows us that heroism is distributed. Consequences are shared. That the universe is shaped by many acts of love and none of them grant omnipotence. Riku is not the light of Kingdom Hearts. in a cosmic sense. And that's not a failure of his character. That is the story respecting him. His arc is complete because it's internal. He learns restraints, he accepts limits. He lets Sora go at the end of Kingdom Hearts 3 because he knows the right thing to do is go back to Yen Sid to work out what to do about the whole Kairi thing. But he also knows enough about Sora to go, he's not gonna listen, he's gonna do what he wants anyway, there's no point in trying to tell him no. He's already decided the most emotionally mature thing that he can do at that point is go, let him go. There's no talking him around it. Let him go. He carries all of that and his own battles with darkness without being consumed by it. His power is not that he fixes everything, it's that he knows when he can't. Sora is the conduit for Kingdom Hearts, Riku is the measure, and Kairi is the boundary. And the bond between them doesn't need to be romantic or cosmic to be profound. Kingdom Hearts has never been about destiny handed down by the universe. It's about growth, forged through consequence. Riku is not the light of Kingdom Hearts. He's something better. So we're going to move into the second part of the Sleeping Worlds theory. Go check out part 1 for all of the resources and all of the documentation. As before, this is going to be an ad-lib thing. I'm not going to be scripting things out as I normally do. And I'm going to be front and center with the fact that I'm unsure how to progress. Because the next parts of this delve into a lot to do with Riku's light. And I don't fundamentally agree with Riku's light being the be-all and end-all that it's being made out to be. And while that's for a different chapter of this, certainly, of this overall theory, I do want to get it out there front and center that if you're going to turn off, you may as well turn off now, because nothing I'm going to say is going to resonate with you, and you're not going to agree with me, and that's perfectly fine, because I don't necessarily agree with it either. So, going back to what we're discussing today, which is the dive to heart. And the first thing that this theory does, and points out very well, is that it's weird. And in my opinion, it does not go hard enough on the fact of just how weird it is. I do think, to this theory's credit, is that it goes on how there's a lot of symbolism and a lot of matching up between KH1 to 3 in terms of the symbolism, in terms of the literal beat for beat things that we see. However, what this theory tends to go on is the fact that there is a lot of light in the darkness where Riku once stood. And I think if we're talking about, which a lot of this theory does go into, as far as my reading is a lot of it is about symbology and growing up, and to me that would be quite reflective in the fact that the onus would be taken off Riku from Sora's perspective, because as we learn and as we grow in life, we begin to be able to turn inwards, that our purpose for finding our own light is not necessarily in others, but the light that we have within ourselves. We're no longer doing things because that is what other people wish us to do. It's because it's something innate within ourselves. And for a lot of what this dive to heart goes through in this document, I believe that is a lot of what it is pointing towards, because keep in mind, it's no longer focusing towards Kairi, it's no longer focusing towards Riku. It is a light in the darkness that Sora is now running towards. It is now a symbolic thing. It is no longer a person. It's an awareness that comes from getting older, that, you know, perhaps the best friend that you had when you were that age, when you were 13, 14, 15, is no longer the same people around you. It may not be the same things that motivated you at 14, 15, 16 that they do now that you're in your 20s, 30s, 40s. And how that is a natural progression, and that is a healthy progression, that you are no longer competing with your childhood best friend to name a ship, or to fight over the girl that you like, that things may be either, you know, juxtapositionally both more complicated and less complicated than that. Maybe the love that you find is the kinship within people. It is within finding your own light in that darkness. And that's what I think this theory does a very good job of illustrating, is that there is a lot of components that we see that is forcing Sora in many ways to mature from his KH1 to KH2 stage. It is important, which interestingly this theory doesn't really go into, is the fact that we are seeing the progression from KH1 Sora to KH2 Sora. We're not necessarily seeing all of the growths in between. We are seeing the juxtaposition from the KH1 intro, but nothing necessarily tying the lines into the KH3 opening. And I think that is personally more telling, because we haven't necessarily come to terms, I think, with the current chapter. And I think that in a lot of ways, what Nomura is trying to showcase here, at least for me, and this is just coming from my own personal experiences and my own personal read of Sora, is that Sora is not as emotionally developed as Kairi and Riku are. And I think that this is a great illustrator of that. That Sora is in many ways being forced to being rushed with the tide, while his friends have always been very front-loaded in let's just go, let's just do. Sora's always been the one to be like, okay, I'll follow you, never taking the lead himself. Even in 2.9 that they go into later on and talking about, you know, talking with Herc about what it was that caused him to dive in after Meg into the river Styx, knowing that that would strip him of his godhood. And Herc just replies with, you know, it was the thing that mattered most to me that made it, you know, an unquestionable thing. Of course I would do it. I would do it for Meg in a heartbeat. And Sora does not have that, but Riku and Kairi do. They do in the forms of they would do that for Sora. In fact, we have seen many a time where they have done this for Sora. And I guess one of the reasons why I'm ever more reluctant to touch on the Riku stuff at all is A, because I primarily don't agree, and B, there's a lot of people who I think have taken this and ran with it. And far be it from me to tell y'all what y'all should think or feel, right? But personally, for me, the whole shipping of Sora and Riku doesn't really match for me. But neither, similarly, does the Sora and Kairi stuff, because I feel like that is as equally as, you know, I mean, forced is the wrong word, but it makes no difference to me. And I think that that's one of the reasons why I also feel like I shouldn't speak upon it too much, because I legitimately don't care. You know, I don't feel like either of those being represented in a romantic sense, be it either Sora and Kairi or Sora and Riku, is equally as irrelevant to me as somebody who plays this game, because I just don't feel like the romantic elements of this have any bearing on the story that they're trying to tell, right? For me, this has always been a dialogue about what you are willing to do for the people who are important to you. And that can be romantic, that can be platonic, that can be whatever. And I don't think that that always has to have a romantic leaning in order for it to be very real, very true, and a very strong bond that is just as worthy as any sort of romantic indicator that you may or may not want to put on things. So, back to the theory itself. Taking the Riku stuff aside, it's important to note that neither of them are present in Sora's current, flashing back to the KH1 opening. And that should be the correct indicator, which I think is what they have kind of core fundamentally hit the nail on the head with, is that this is now a story about growth, about Sora catching up in many ways. And I think that I don't think my core position about this opening has changed, which if you haven't watched my other theories, go and check them out. But my fundamental problem with this as an opening is that I don't believe it's alongside my Kingdom Hearts 3s and canon, is that we are not asked in this what our powers are. We are not questioned about the normal things that we are traditionally queried, but we are asked to choose from memories, and then we are most crucially asked, is this who we are? And that for me is the red flag, because we have never been asked to select from what bonds and what connections are more important to us than others. We have fundamentally been taught that the bonds that we have are all chains that have, in one way or another, been of equal importance to each other. That you can't have one chain without it affecting something else. Which fundamentally means, or at least implies to me, that they are all universally as important as others. Here we are told we must choose which memory is more important to us. And then we are asked at the end if this is who we are as a result of making those choices. Fundamentally, those are adult decisions to make. That's the first thing that strikes me. Those are adult questions to make. We are not stuck at the very KH1 intro where we are asked to choose a power where it is given some sort of form that we can wrap our heads around. We are being asked very adult questions and asked a very adult question at the end, which is, do you stand by these memories? Are these who represent who you are? And that is a distinct, more adult change than the previous incarnations. Is this an implication that Sora can now not... There can be no other choice for Sora than to move forward emotionally, intellectually, to embrace a more serious, more adult, more responsible way of understanding how the things that he has been through must now form his adult self. I think that is far more of an interesting critique of his dive to heart than just the current, it's loaded with symbolism and it ties to the others. I think we can afford to go deeper into the fact that we can focus this purely on Sora. And I think in trying to point out who is missing, we're detracting a lot from Sora and the opportunity that he has in this, where this is meant to be a solitary moment. This is meant to be a point in which he does not have anything else to fall back on, where he must make choices that are a lot more symbolic, per se, than what he could previously rely on, where it was a bit more, a little bit more spelled out, perhaps, that the people who are important to him are physically present. So that's my current take and analysis on the dive to heart. We are eventually going to have to, because I'm not going to be able to avoid it forever, of the Riku is light stuff. So bear with me as I try to parse through that, because look, at the end of the day, I do these for fun. Like, at the end of the day, this is a video game. These are a bunch of pixels. It's not that deep. And I just cannot be arsed with people yelling at me in the comments about it. Like, that's just the honest truth about it, is that I just don't want to be yelled at in the comments because I have a contrary opinion, because people have taken this document as gospel. And it makes me not want to produce anything on it because of how hot and heavy people can be in the comments about it. So yeah, you are going to have to bear with me being a human person going through this. So normally I don't do a continuation based on my comments so quickly, but this feels like a worthy exception because there's a lot of contention around this specific concept. Mickey didn't know Aqua was trapped in the realm of darkness for 10 years. This keeps repeating over and over in my comments. So we're going to watch the scenes together, while I try and shed a bit more nuance on the argument of Mickey not knowing she was there for 10 years, and why knowing she was there or not may ultimately not matter. And I get it. The defense seems straightforward. But when you break it down, the logic of it doesn't hold up. Not from a story perspective, not from a character perspective, and certainly not from a structural perspective. Because here's the thing. Whether Mickey knew Aqua's exact location is not actually the biggest question. The bigger question is, are we really supposed to believe that for 10 years nothing actionable happened? And Mickey, of all people, just accepted it. So let's dive in. Let's anchor the facts first from Birth by Sleep. Mickey is present for the final fight with Xehanort. Terra is lost. Ventus is placed in status, and Aqua disappears. We do not see Mickey witness her fall, so we cannot prove he knew exactly where she ended up. But we do know this. He knows that the Wayfinder trio at this point has fractured. He knows that Ven is in stasis and Aqua is missing. She's the only remaining active master level Keyblade wielder. That alone is very important. That alone sets the stage for tension. So now let's talk about structure. 10 years have passed between Birth by Sleep and the events of Kingdom Hearts 1. During that time, there is still no Terra. Ven is still asleep. And Aqua is missing. Riku and Kairi are children and are not yet able to wield Keyblades. Mickey himself, at this point, is not even a master. So for a decade, the Realm of Light is effectively down to one active Keyblade wielder. And Kingdom Hearts constantly shows us how fragile worlds are, how quickly darkness spreads, and how often intervention is needed. So we're expected to accept that nothing happened for 10 years that required additional Keyblade intervention? That's convenient at best, and while not impossible, it raises a narrative tension. Now let's audit Mickey as a character. In Birth by Sleep, Yen Sid calls him impetuous, even with the weight of the crown. That's not just flavor text, that's canon. Mickey breaks the rules when he feels it's necessary, inserts himself into conflict without hesitation, travels alone through dangerous, often forbidden zones, uses the Star Shard to move where he needs to go. In other words, he's not passive. And yet in Kingdom Hearts 3, Yen Sid explicitly says I forbade him for searching for Aqua. And I want you to think about that. You don't forbid somebody from doing something that they never considered doing. A. B. That implies that Mickey wanted to act, that Aqua was on his mind. So the idea that she never crossed his radar for a decade just doesn't track. And for everyone who's like, yeah, well, what about the events that led up to 2, like Chain of Memories and Coded and 358? Can anybody look at me, dead ass in the eye, and tell me digitizing a journal should have been put in a higher tier of importance than looking for Aqua? Of course not. And Coded in the timeline, according to the Ultimania, happens pre-Dream Drop Distance and after 358. So there was certainly time. It's also not like Mickey has had a habit of listening to the advice of Yen Sid to begin with. He regularly does things that Yen Sid doesn't want him to do, but suddenly Aqua is where the line is drawn. That doesn't track with either his known behaviour, both described and what we see for ourselves. But, okay. Now we need to talk about something that makes people visibly tense in the comments, and that is the whole anti-Aqua segment. Because I think the entire backlash against holding Mickey accountable actually comes down to her, and more importantly what she represents. Anti-Aqua isn't just dark version of boss fight. She's positioned as the inversion of Aqua's arc. And here's the uncomfortable truth about Aqua. She never actually masters her darkness. In 0.2, what do we see? She encounters her inner darkness and she defeats it in the way that she was trained to defeat everything, which is suppress it, overcome it, vanquish it. That is not what it means to defeat the darkness, and we have evidence of what that really looks like, and that comes in the form of Riku. Because it's not what Riku had to do. Riku had to accept it. He had to integrate it. He needed to respect it. Aqua never does that, which means her development arc is incomplete. And if her arc is incomplete, then anti-Aqua isn't just corruption. It's the unresolved part of Aqua that is speaking. And this 10-year silence is the real fracture point of that, because if you think about it, there's only really 3 possibilities regarding those 10 years. They forgot about her in the realm of darkness. They didn't think about her for 10 years. They knew where she was and couldn't reach her. Option 3 is the most charitable. And even then, the outcome for Aqua is identical. 10 years. No one reaches for her. No one connects. No one pulls that bond. And this franchise is built on one central truth. As long as you are remembered, you are real. Connections are power. Hearts reach across worlds. Names anchor existence. So what does it mean if for 10 years no connection reaches Aqua? What does it mean if no one's heart is actively pulling towards hers? Man, I'd be furious too. If you go and watch these scenes, you'll notice the positioning of Mickey. It doesn't read like, why are you in the realm of darkness? It reads like, what are you doing here? Specific, local, contextual. It implies awareness of circumstance, not shock at the concept. And then comes the choice. He can try to save Aqua in that moment, or he can help close the door to darkness. Closing the door is absolutely the correct decision. It saves worlds. But let's be honest about what this is. It's another moment where Aqua is not the priority. It's another moment where she is chosen second, and that pattern matters. It leads to something uncomfortable, but ultimately would have some truth in it, which is they only wanted her back for the prophecy. And this is the part where I think people are really not going to like this. But why does Aqua get retrieved in Kingdom Hearts 3? Because they needed 7 Guardians of Light. Because she's required. Because the prophecy demands it. Not because someone said, we're getting Aqua back no matter what. The mission isn't framed as emotional rescue. It's framed as a strategic necessity. As much as Yen, Sid and Mickey were like, hey, we didn't have the equipment ready. We needed more Keyblade Masters of that level to go and find her, etc., etc. That is a strategic choice. And if you were trapped in darkness for a decade, how do you think you'd feel? Here's where I'll probably leave this. Darkness has a lot of flaws and variables in Kingdom Hearts. But it's remarkably consistent in one thing. Darkness in Kingdom Hearts rarely fabricates itself from nothing. Sure, it distorts, it exaggerates, and it weaponizes the truth. But it usually starts from something real. So when Auntie Aqua says they abandoned you, they didn't come, they didn't choose you, is it possible to think that there's not a grain of truth in that? Is it so out of the realm of possibility? Is it impossible that she's wrong? Or is it more uncomfortable to consider that she might be partly right? Because yes, other events happened. Yes, but there were logistical barriers. Yes, Yen Sid forbade Mickey. But is it possible that at some point, Mickey, Yen Sid, or maybe both, made a choice? And that choice wasn't Aqua. That doesn't make him evil. That makes him fallible. And Kingdom Hearts has always been about flawed people making impossible decisions. This isn't about tearing Mickey down. It's about acknowledging that Aqua's rage isn't irrational, or that the 10 years in the realm of darkness didn't happen. Because it did. A choice was made, and ultimately that 10 years was a price that was paid. And she was the one who was made pay that price. If connection is everything in this universe, then 10 years of silence is not neutral. It means something. And whether that narrative compression, structural oversight, or intentional tragedy, it's worth thinking about. Aqua is the most underworked character in Kingdom Hearts. Now, before you disagree with me, let me be clear about what I mean. I don't mean she's poorly written. I don't mean Square didn't put effort into her. What I mean is that people assume her lack of development stems from negligence, from a writing team that didn't have time or care to flesh her out properly. I think it's something else entirely. I think Aqua is underworked deliberately. Because Aqua is someone who we actively root for. She's powerful, determined, she's heroic. And throughout her entire arc, she makes all of the wrong choices. Not morally wrong, narratively wrong. She fails every test Kingdom Hearts is trying to teach her. And the series knows this. The series is showing us this. We're just not talking about it. To understand Aqua's failure, you need to understand her foundation. Erika's taught her one thing above all else. Darkness is a threat. Not something to understand, not something to coexist with, a threat. Something you snuff out. Light is good, darkness is bad. That's the framework she operates from. Aqua internalizes this completely. She becomes the perfect student. She passes her mark of mastery. She becomes a Keyblade master. And all of that is built on Erika's framework, which turns out to be fundamentally wrong. The series goes out of its way to show us this. Riku, who has more darkness in him than almost anyone, becomes a master precisely because he learns to integrate his darkness, to use it, to understand it as part of himself rather than something to be conquered. Aqua never gets that lesson. Or probably more accurately, she gets it and she refuses it. Aqua ends up in the realm of darkness for 10 years. And here's the thing. The realm of darkness isn't just a prison. It's an invitation. It's a decade-long opportunity to do what Riku did. To confront the darkness. To understand it. To integrate it with who she is. Instead, she does what Erika's taught her to do. She tries to dominate it. She tries to stuff it out. She endures through sheer stubbornness and force of will. And by the end of it, by 2.8, by the end of Kingdom Hearts 1, she's slowly losing her mind. She's seeing hallucinations. Her voice is slowed and a little slurred. She's not processing what's happening around her anymore. When Ansem, Seeker of Darkness, opens the door in the realm of darkness, she's not responding with urgency or really any understanding. She's responding like it's just the next thing on the list. Going, okay, this is what we're doing now. That's not processing trauma, that's armoring against it. There's something in Kingdom Hearts 3 that nobody talks about, and it needs to be discussed. Aqua's Keyblade abandons her. Now I want you to think about how Keyblades work in this series. They're not just weapons. They respond to the wielder. They summon themselves back to the hand when needed. We see this consistently. Sora gets disarmed and his Keyblade returns. Jack Sparrow takes Sora's Keyblade and it returns back to him. Even in fights where Sora is temporarily without it, the Keyblade knows where it belongs. Even in moments that we have seen the Keyblade abandon its original user, we only ever see it once, and that's with Riku taking the Kingdom Key back in Kingdom Hearts 1. But that's because by midway through Hollow Bastion, Sora realizes that his power comes from the strength of his heart, and so the Keyblade also deems him worthy. That doesn't happen here with Aqua. Aqua is a master of the Keyblade, someone who should understand this and these mechanics better than almost anyone. But she loses her Keyblade in the Realm of Darkness, and it never comes back. She's fighting for Ansem the Wise without a weapon. She's a master without a Keyblade. When Ansem Seeker of Darkness asks her where it is, she justifies it by saying she doesn't need it to take him on. That's not how Keyblades work. That's never how they've worked. At the very least, she should have Rainfall or Stormfall. But she doesn't. It doesn't respond to her calling. Or maybe she gave up trying to call for it. The truth has been in her face quietly the entire time. The Keyblade has deemed her unworthy. And I think I know why. Because she failed the test. Not the test of courage, not the test of heroism, the test of integration. She had 10 years in the Realm of Darkness to do what Riku did in Chain of Memories. To face her shadow self, her mirror self, her demon self. To integrate that darkness into who she is, rather than trying to dominate it. She chose domination. So the Keyblade left. Then she comes back in Kingdom Hearts 3. She's rescued. She's brought out of the Realm of Darkness. And she's reunited with Ventus, the person she's spent all this time trying to return to. This should be the moment. This should be elation. This should be reprieve. Instead, she tells him things are going to go back to the way they were. Meaning, they're dead. That line has always felt wrong to me. It lands like someone who should be relieved is already bracing for the next loss. Probably because that's exactly what this is. Aqua hasn't processed anything. She's come out of 10 years not transformed, but armored. She's built walls so thick that even getting Ventus isn't enough to break through. This should be a moment of levity between them. They've been apart for so long. There's so much to unpack. Their master dying, Terra being possessed, their home being destroyed. There should be some space for them to just exist together. to feel something other than dread. But she doesn't. She can't. The tank's empty. And then she faces the demon tide. It's reflections of her anti-self, her negative form, everything she fears, everything she's been running from. And she gives up. She surrenders. By that point, she has nothing left. That's not a failure of willpower. That's not her being weak. That's what happens when you spend 10 years in darkness without integrating it. When you armor yourself against processing trauma. When you refuse to learn the lessons that have been trying to teach you since birth by sleep. I'll be honest, that scene in 3 where she gives up has always annoyed me. In the base 3, by the way, not Remind, when you see her anti-form being the demon tide. Because it always felt to me like, girl, you have been there for 10 years. You have seen far worse than this when you were in the realm of darkness. This shouldn't be the thing that breaks you. But when you consider that this is a reflection of everything she has ever feared manifested, when she gets brought into the realm of light and she finds that this is still haunting her, that kind of makes sense. You end up facing yourself and having nothing left to fight with. So here's the question. Is Aqua poorly written? Or is she perfectly written as a tragedy that the series refuses to acknowledge as a tragedy? I think it's the second one. I think Square knows exactly what they're doing. They're showing us someone we root for, someone we want to win, making all of the wrong internal choices even when she's making the right external ones. And they're not stopping to let her process it. They're not giving her the arc that should come with surviving the realm of darkness. They're just using her, sending her into battle and expecting us not to notice that she's hollow. But I notice. And I think you should notice too.
I want to do something a little different today. No theory dissection, no character files, no paradoxes that the series has never addressed. Just this. What do I actually want from Kingdom Hearts 4? What do I actually want Kingdom Hearts 4 to be? Because the franchise is a genuine opportunity right now. A new arc, a new setting, a new version of Sora in a world that operates by completely different rules. If Square Enix is smart about this, and I mean genuinely creatively smart, not just commercially cautious, this could be the most interesting Kingdom Hearts has been since 358/2. But it requires them to do something they've historically struggled with. It requires them to slow down. Kingdom Hearts has always moved at pace. New threat, new keyholes, new worlds, new villains. There's always something coming. There's always a next thing. And for the first time in the franchise's history, Sora is somewhere with no clear next thing. He's in Quadratum, a world of unreality, separated from everyone he knows, unable to contact home, and if that trailer is telling us anything, potentially without reliable access to his Keyblade. That's not a crisis, that's an opportunity. I want Kingdom Hearts 4 to lean into the Persona comparison that has been hinted at since the trailers dropped. Not just aesthetically, not just because Quadratum looks like a modern city in Japan. I mean structurally. I want a day-night cycle. I want Sora to get a job to pay for his apartment. I want him learning to navigate a smartphone. This boy who barely understood how a phone worked 3 months ago, suddenly having access to all of humanity's knowledge at his fingertips. the comedy of that alone is worth the price of entry. I want quiet moments. I want Sora walking past a park, seeing someone walking a dog by a lake with dogs in it, and just stopping, getting flashbacks, sitting with the weight of everything that led him here. I want him to see someone in a pink dress from behind and do a double take, because just for a split second it looks like Kairi. And then the person turns around and it's not Kairi at all. And he has to stand there on a busy street in an unfamiliar city and deal with that. He's never been allowed to deal with anything. For 15 years, there's always been a next thing. The next world, the next fight, the next person who needs saving. But not anymore. And I think that's where this game needs to live. At least for a little while. Here's what I want most from Kingdom Hearts 4. I want Sora to try to summon his Keyblade, and for nothing to happen. Not forever, not permanently, but for long enough that he has to reckon with who he is without it. Because here's the thing he's never had to answer. His identity has always been the Keyblade, the chosen one, the light, the person who saves people. What is he when he can't do that? I want him to sit with that question. I want him to be in Quadratum an ordinary guy with no special powers in a world full of ordinary people, and figure out what his life looks like when nobody needs him to be the hero. When Streletsy is just his roommate, and not a princess to rescue. When the biggest challenge of the day is figuring out how to pay rent. That's the growth this series has been building towards without fully committing to it. Sora is the character who needs to learn that he exists independently of what he does for others. That he's not just a weapon or a light. That he's a person. And give him the chance to find that out. And then, and I want this very specifically, I want Riku to find a way to bring him home. After everything, after all the searching and the portals and the impossible journey, Riku gets there. He finds Sora and Quadratum. He tells them that he found a way, that he can come home, that it's all good. And Sora says no. Not dramatically, not in a crisis, just no. No thanks. I'm happy here. I appreciate you've come all this way, but I've had the chance to have a normal life now. I don't have to be a Keyblade Master. I don't have to save anybody. And then he says it. You were always the one who was supposed to pass the mark of mastery anyway. You're the master. I was just the one who happened to get there first. I want him to own the painful thing that Riku said to him in Kingdom Hearts 1, and for that to come up so it shows that Sora has some emotional range. I want him to say, what is it you said before? I'm just the delivery boy? So I can leave this. I did what I had to do. I'm done. And Riku not knowing what to do with that. Not knowing whether to argue or respect it or fall apart a little. That scene. That is the scene that earns everything that comes out afterwards. Because Nomura has always said that the franchise is Sora facing. There's no way Sora doesn't end up back in the thick of it eventually. But letting him choose to step away first, and then having something pull him back in, that's a character arc. That's earned reluctance. That's Noctis's version of Sora's story. You don't make the sacrifice meaningful if the character was always going to do it anyway. You make it meaningful by first letting them choose not to. Now let's talk about the broader arc, because I think there's a structure here that could work brilliantly if Square commits to it. The four challenge names are derived from the said 7 deadly sins. Ace is wrath, Ira is sloth, Gula is gluttony, Envy is envy, Ava is greed. Each of them have a variation on a human failing. What if each game in this arc has a foreteller as its primary antagonist? Not the Master of Masters, he's the final act, but each of his disciples, each embodying a different challenge that Sora specifically isn't equipped for. Because here's the thing about Sora. He's not complex in the way that makes him good at navigating the sins. He's not calculating, he's not patient, he's ruled by his heart in a way that makes him vulnerable to exactly the kinds of manipulation that wrath and gluttony and envy represent, having each of them force Sora to confront a specific failing. Not a villain to defeat, but in himself. That's how you use this cast meaningfully. That's how you make the Lost Masters arc feel earned rather than just a new set of threats to punch. The Master of Masters has been plotting this for a millennia. He's isolated Sora in the only realm where he can operate on him effectively. He knows the events that are to come. And when the endgame arrive, I think Sora, fully formed, fully himself, the person he's had to become in Quadratum, is exactly what the Master will not account for. A few things I want for the other characters quickly. Kairi needs her own drive forms. We've seen her summon the power of Sora to fight Xehanort in Melody of Memory. She has that connection, that lineage. Her power is tied to flowers, to light, something distinctly hers. Give her forms that reflect that. Give her something that belongs to her for the first time in this franchise. Naminé should also have a Keyblade. I know she's a witch. I know she has her own powers. But if the mechanism of receiving a Keyblade is bequeathing and Kairi can wield one because of that, then there's absolutely no reason that Naminé can't have one too. We've done Naminé dirty. Give her the Keyblade she deserves. Mickey, Donald, and Goofy should get a Trinity attack back. Not just a baby version. Something cataclysmic. Something that makes Zeta Flare look like a sparkler. Something that makes you go, oh, that's what 30 years of adventuring looks like together. Then there's Ven and Strelitzia. The character files have retconned Ven's involvement in Strelitzia's death. That detail has been quietly removed. And I think that's pointing towards them not having the Wayfinder trio really participate in this arc. But I still think that they need to address what he did, even obliquely. So here's what I'm suggesting. I want a scene where Strelitzia has a flashback, a fragment of her memory, the last thing she saw before she died, and it's Ventus. Vacant-eyed. Keyblade summoned. Not Ven as we know him, but Ven as he was at that moment, with the darkness moving through him. She doesn't have to fully understand it, but she knows what she saw. And then cut to the land of departure. Ventus is there. Something has fallen out of his hands. His hands are shaking. He tells Aqua he feels like he's done something awful. Something he can't name or can't reach. And then things just continue. Nobody explains it, nobody connects it. But for the people who know and were there for Union Cross and back cover, they know. For the people who don't, this is just a moment of Ven being unsettled, a movement in the Force, something that fits his character. The narrative payoff is for the people who have been there from the beginning, who are paying attention. That's the elegance this franchise is capable of doing when it's committed to it. That's the level of craft that Union Cross deserves to be honoured with. This is the Kingdom Hearts 4 I want. Slow, personal, brave enough to let Sora say no before allowing him to say yes. Structurally coherent in a way the Dark Seeker saga sometimes wasn't. Generous to characters who have been underserved. Willing to sit with the discomfort of a Sora who is alone and uncertain and has to build himself back from nothing. And as a final note, Xehanort's role in all of this. I don't think his end goal was fully achieved in the Dark Seeker saga. I think what he was actually working towards is going to be completed by the end of the Lost Masters arc. And when that moment comes, I think he'll be there. Not as a villain, not as an antagonist, as a witness. In the rain, with an umbrella, watching, witnessing. This has been LoreBySpec. If this got your brain working, please like, comment, and subscribe. It genuinely helps more than you think. I also have a podcast called Thinking Through the Darkness where I work through theories like this one before they become videos. The links are in the description. If you'd like to support this channel, you can do so in my Ko-Fi that's also in the description. That helps me keep the lights on. Thank you so very much for watching, and I will see you next time. So what do we do now? What we're currently watching right now is the Kingdom Hearts 4 trailer, and by the time this video will go up, it will be a significant amount of time since the Kingdom Hearts 4 trailer has been released. 4 whole years. And we've received nothing outside of that apart from some very stylized screenshots that we got, and that a note from the Twitter team saying that we'll know more when the time is right. At what point do we as a community start to get really annoyed by the state of affairs? At what point do we start looking for other means and methods to air our frustrations? I'm not suggesting like anything nefarious. I'm thinking about this from a business perspective, because that's largely where my brain operates. I operate in pipelines and seeing through things and talking through big complex problems. And there's no doubt that the current restructuring that's happening in Square Enix is that large and that complex. That's not really my problem here. My problem here is how they are going about communicating something very difficult and very trying. Because the last thing you fundamentally want for something like this is to go silent, to not be communicative for the best part of 4 years, to leave your fan base and community in this state of disarray and confusion. I'm not one of those Kingdom Hearts YouTubers who is very confident or optimistic about the prognosis of Kingdom Hearts moving forwards. This isn't to say that I'm doom and gloom about it. This isn't to say that I don't think we're going to get Kingdom Hearts 4 at all. But what I am saying is that the signs from a business perspective here aren't great, because there's nothing worse here than silence. When we think of business models, we think a lot in terms of our stakeholders. And stakeholders vary from the people who use and buy our products, to our investors, to anyone else. The people who turn up to those meetings, the people who buy our products, they are all stakeholders in video games. And we are, for the most part, the people who hold a lot of that power in the palm of our hands in terms of determining a direction for what we want to see. And while I don't think anyone is particularly happy with the current state of affairs in Square Enix, and Square have my empathy of that restructures are very challenging, not just from a business perspective, but from a cultural perspective. And this does feel like something that is a change being rooted from the inside out. However, from a communications standpoint, the lack of anything is very concerning. And being told that we will hear stuff when the time is right, and it's suddenly 4 or 5 years later, that kind of goes beyond patience. That is tripping into territory of there has been a huge pivot and nobody's telling us. And while it's not uncommon for games to hit trailer stage, like well into development stage before it gets canned, I simply fear that the version of Kingdom Hearts that we have been shown in Quadratum is actually not going to be where we end up going in this franchise. I have no inside scoop on this, by the way. This is simply just my own inference of the stuff I'm seeing. And at some point, silence becomes very loud. To me, how Square has always interacted with its properties has been strange to me and disconnected in a way that I don't think serves the IP nor Square, but it is a very Japanese way of approaching things, which is to be quite hands-off when it comes to interacting with people and communities. But the silence is deafening when the Kingdom Hearts Twitters and its other social media pages are dead around core milestones, anniversaries. The fact that they're not involved or even a gesture of participation for something like March Capri is feeling like a deliberate oversight rather than something you could just hand wave off. Because surely it benefits everyone when you have somebody dedicated within Square who has their finger on the pulse in terms of their communities, in terms of their players, in terms of the people who are invested in these franchises. Why they don't have a dedicated Kingdom Hearts social media manager or community manager for each region is confusing to me. Because arguably, you should have somebody whose role in there is to take the beat of the community, to be the person who leads, who is the first point of contact for the fans within Square, where they can follow back and be like, hey, there's some really interesting stuff in this direction or this direction, and have that across all of Square's IPs. Because the communities thrive when we're interacted with, and you lose so much of that core wealth of keeping something present when you don't invest in the people and communities who you are meant to be serving. So from a community management aspect, for me, that's a confusing and distressing signal that all is quiet there. Because community management and this sort of notion of being involved and engaged and on the pulse of your player base, when that goes silent, that kind of means the pulse is dead and we are all very much alive. And if we can't hear anything from the people who make this happen, then what do we do about that? And I don't mean that, once again, I'm not advocating for violence here, but at what point do we all start to go, if you abandon us, then we abandon you? At what point do we take Square's blatant disinterest and at worst disregard and lack of consideration and rejection of us to really see that for what it is? At what point do we say enough is enough? At what point do we say we can't participate in this because you show no respect for us? Like, the last thing that was said to us was, we will be told when the time is right. Okay, but that's an authoritative decision. That's we hold all the cards here. That's not a community. That's not a conversation. That's not, this franchise has been dead for 5 years, where you haven't even acknowledged key milestones. The most we got was a Xehanort picture that was arguably flipped of him still in the rain, which was clearly done at the same time as the last batch of artwork that he created. Production does tend to be done in batches. That's not a wild thing to consider, that they're only releasing key pieces of artwork that they have on file every now and then. But we're also getting completely mixed signals too, even in the dialogue that we are largely not getting. Like, why would Tetsuya Nomura put as a celebrationary post young Xehanort in the rain with an umbrella? What's that got to do with the next saga? Don't get me wrong, I've never thought for a second that he's done in terms of the franchise. But you're not filling me with much optimism here if we're not even getting a concept drawing of what Quadratum might look like, a first impression drawing, a sketch, something else, right? Like, none of those even had a direction of which, Xehanort was even looking. So we can't even tell in terms of roads or any of the other 1,000,012 hidden pieces he has always in his artwork. We got nothing. And I deeply care about this franchise. But at some point, we all have to kind of admit that this is not a healthy relationship based on two people, two sides of a community working towards the same goal, which is what any relationship should be. This is one person holding the cards, being like, yeah, well, we just can't tell you. I would much prefer we just have nothing to say. It's the restructure. Everything is really up in the air. We honestly don't know. And while I understand the pragmatism of not saying those words, because that would infect investors, that would affect lots of different things if you said those words. We would also riot. There would be a subset of the fan base who would riot. I would prefer that radical honesty than perpetually having to hold up a sign being like, it has been 1,478 days since we've heard anything about Kingdom Hearts 4. And while it feels largely out of our hands, I think if we really start to talk about what do we do and how do we respond moving forward to something like this is probably the only control we really have in terms of showing Square how we want to be treated in future. And I think that's a conversation that's worth discussing. There's a word in Secret Report 12 that I haven't been able to stop thinking about. And that word is reenact. Because if what we witnessed in Kingdom Hearts 3 was a reenactment of the Keyblade War, not the real thing, but a stage performance of something that's already happened, then everything we think we know about Xehanort needs to be re-examined. Because the report doesn't call him a chosen one. They call him the chosen one. But it doesn't call him the villain. It doesn't call him the architect of darkness. It calls him a scapegoat. And I think that changes everything. Let me read to you the relevant section of Secret Report 12. This is Lucio writing. Somewhere in the cyclical history of bequeathing, a chosen one will appear and reenact the Keyblade War. When this scapegoat arrives and takes my Keyblade in hand, this will be the time to take the stage and finish my role. The Lost Masters will awaken. And Secret Report 13. I need only play the role of a fool delirious of the Keyblade's power. I will don the mask of his ally in order to watch over my Keyblade from close by. Two things jump out immediately. The word reenact and the word scapegoat. Let's take them one at a time. A reenactment is a staged event. It's a depiction of something that's already occurred. It's a play, a performance, an interpretation of history, rather than history itself. Think about it this way. If you go and see Macbeth, when the murders happen, you don't expect real people to actually die. Because it's a reenactment. These events are real within the story, but the performance of them is manufactured. It's staged, it's controlled. So when Lucio writes that a chosen one will appear and reenact the Keyblade War, he's explicitly telling us what we are about to witness is not actually a Keyblade War. It's a performance of one. A restaging of something that's already happened with different actors interpreted slightly differently, but hitting the same beats. Which means everything we witnessed in Kingdom Hearts 3, the cat at the Keyblade Graveyard, the final battle, the opening of Kingdom Hearts, that wasn't a real war. It was a play. And here's the question that immediately follows from something like that. If this was a reenactment, a fake, how did it summon the real Kingdom Hearts? I think the answer is that the Keyblade Graveyard itself is what matters here, not the performance that takes place there. The location is the trigger. The war is just the mechanism to get everyone in position. And a reenactment is sufficient to do that. But it also means that the real Keyblade War, the one this was reenacting, has already happened. Somewhere in the history of this series, potentially before Union Cross, that there was another Keyblade War. And whatever happened there is what the Master of Masters is actually working with. Now, let's talk about that word, scapegoat. The biblical definition is specific: a goat upon whose head the sins of the people are symbolically placed, which is then sent into the wilderness. The one that bears the blame of others, the object of irrational hostility. Xehanort, the villain of the entire Dark Seeker saga. The man we spent 3 games being told is the source of all darkness and chaos in this universe. A scapegoat that's been hiding in plain sight. Look at Xehanort's armor in his final battle form. It's a black goat. Look at the chest piece in the boys' game from the opening of Kingdom Hearts 3. Xehanort's piece is a goat. Square put this in front of us and we all walked right by it. A scapegoat isn't the architect of events. A scapegoat is the one who takes the blame for events that were set in motion by someone else. Xehanort had his own goals, his own obsessions, his own schemes, and that's real, but he was being used, positioned, moved across the board so that the Lost Masters and the Master of Masters didn't have to. And here's what that implies. If you need a scapegoat, if you need someone else to take the blame, that means that there is something above you that you're afraid of. Something that would hold you accountable if they knew what you were really doing. Who is above the Master of Masters? Who watches the Watchers? It's a question that's been sitting in this franchise for a long time, and this is the first time the text of the game itself has pointed towards an answer. Because you don't need a scapegoat if there's no consequences. The Lost Masters needed Xehanort to carry the blame because whatever they were doing, whatever they were orchestrating, the reenactment, the opening of Kingdom Hearts, all of it, is not something they were supposed to be doing. There is something above them. Something that would not approve. And now I want to talk about something smaller, but just as revealing. Lucio keeps calling the gazing eye his Keyblade, in both reports. Takes my Keyblade in hand, watch over my Keyblade from close by. Except that Keyblade has never been his. It was forged from the eye of the Master of Masters. It was given to Lucio by the Master, but it belongs to the Master. Lucio is a custodian at best, a postman, really. His entire purpose across millennia has been to carry a Keyblade that isn't his, and make sure it gets passed from hand to hand, and yet he writes about it as though it's his. That's not a mistake. That's a character telling on himself. Lucio has spent so long carrying this Keyblade across centuries, inhabiting body after body, watching era after era, and somewhere along the way he's started to believe that it belongs to him. That this story is about him. That his role is the most significant role. And then he writes, "This will be the time to take the stage and finish my role." taking the stage, finishing his role. That's not the language of someone completing a task. That's the language of someone who thinks that this is their moment, their performance, their story. It's the language of someone who has forgotten that the Master of Masters has never allowed anyone else to be the smartest person in the room. And that kind of hubris in Kingdom Hearts has never gone unpunished. Which brings me to the moment that has always bothered me about the ending of Kingdom Hearts 3. Xehanort gives up. Not dramatically, not raging, he just stops. He's out of breath. Sora tells him it's over. And he concedes. His last words to Sora are, "Very well done." That's not what a villain says when their plans are foiled. That's not the response of someone who has spent 80 years orchestrating the most complex scheme in the history of this universe only to watch it fail. Very well done is what a teacher says to a student who has finally passed a test they've been preparing for. It's approval, it's acknowledgement, it's almost pride. Xehanort didn't lose, he watched Sora graduate. And that reframes his entire arc. Because if he's a scapegoat, if his role was always to be the obstacle that Sora had to overcome in order to become something, then his concession at the end isn't failure, it's completion. His part in the reenactment is finished, the performance landed, and whatever comes next is above his pay grade. He's not done with this franchise, that much is clear. Between the sketches we see from Tetsuya Nomura, his appearance in Melody of Memory, they don't bring characters back into frame like that if they have no further role to play. But I don't think he comes back as a villain. I think he comes back as someone who's been revealed, who we can finally understand was never quite where we thought he was. So here's where we are. The Keyblade Ward in Kingdom Hearts 3 was a reenactment, a stage performance of something that's already happened, facilitated by a scapegoat, orchestrated by beings who needed someone else to take the blame, because what they were doing was not sanctioned by whatever forces exist above them. Xehanort was never the architect. He was the goat. He was the actor cast in the villain role of a play that was written long before he was born. And somewhere out there, above the Master of Masters, above the Lost Masters, above everything we've seen so far, is something that all of this has been hiding from. Kingdom Hearts 4 is going to have to start answering those questions. And I genuinely can't wait. This has been LoreBySpec. If this theory got your brain working, please like, comment, and subscribe. It genuinely helps more than you think. I also have a podcast called Thinking Through the Darkness, where I work through theories like this one before they become videos. Links are in the description, along with the link to my Ko-Fi if you want to support the channel by helping me keep the lights on. Thank you also very much for watching, and I will catch you in the next one.
So everybody has been telling me to go and have a look at the sleeping theories for a while now. And Niku, Kal, and everybody who is currently on stream that you can see at the minute, and I will put the links to both the written text document and their very extensive YouTube videos covering the sleeping world theories I will have there, and I would encourage everybody to go and like, support, read, do all that good stuff, because it's very well researched, it's very well reasoned, it's something that I largely from a structural perspective agree with. And yet I fundamentally don't. These are going to be a series of videos where I kind of dissect the document as I go through it. I'm not going to be dealing with the YouTube videos per se, because I guess it's just not my preferred method of consuming the details around that kind of content. That's a personal thing. Y'all can go and watch and consume it in whatever form you guys choose to. But I am going to be dissecting this from the perspective of going through the document. I really enjoy this theory from a structural perspective and how well reasoned it is. I think it's excellent. They go into lots of detail, not just from core fundamental principles, but time hopping, and even going insofar as to look at the decals in box art and stuff that's really, really nuanced to kind of put this theory together. It's excellent. I love everything about it. It's excellent. And this is where I agree with the theory with its current premise that you see on screen, which is Kingdom Hearts 3 is on a second timeline. That I do agree with. I do believe that that is correct. That Kingdom Hearts 3 is not currently occurring in a linear time span. We are seeing too much wobbliness in KH3 for this to be considered a canon event or something that hasn't played out before. And while this theory does go into a very well-reasoned, well-rationalized argument about how these are behaving more like sleeping worlds rather than anything that is currently happening in any of the realms of light, darkness between, that is where I will deviate from their branching timeline, even though it's very well rationalized. The only thing that I can't rationalize that they have pointed out is Riku's haircut, which has the same spikes as Dream Drop Distance in certain places. Now, can you just call that a continuity thing? Sure, right? Could that have just been a model thing? Absolutely. However, I think it's less that they're sleeping worlds and more something that actually comes up quite a bit in a franchise called The Legend of Zelda. So I'm not a huge Legend of Zelda player or fan. I have read through its compendium and I have watched many a game theory video. But outside of that, that is the core of my knowledge. But there are certain things about the Zelda timelines that happen that I can't help but see a parallel in this, which is there is this notion in Zelda of there being a failed hero timeline, which is the timeline that branches off if Link does not succeed in his particular endeavors. So for example, anytime you get a game over mid-game, then that becomes a branching off point for another game to happen, and then it expands out that way. I think that's what's happening here with Kingdom Hearts, is we are a little bit further ahead of that, where with Zelda it's a little bit more linear as to the timelines tend to not collapse in on each other. I think that is happening in Kingdom Hearts. where timelines are collapsing on top of and around each other, because there has been too much interference and there has been too much lack of balance in the world, that it is causing light from the past to show up in the present. It is causing people who were previously, who should have died canonically in world collapses, to be pushed forward through space and time into places where they should not exist. And yet they do. And there has to be a point where, as young Master Xehanort says, there is a cost for all of this hopping around. And we never get to see that cost play out specifically, because there are a lot of points in Kingdom Hearts where time hopping does not seem to affect people and things in a way that it does others. So we've seen, for example, Xehanort be able to split himself across times and put himself into different bodies. We have seen the foretellers disappear from Union Cross, which is meant to have happened in the Age of Fairy Tales, and then them re-emerging in the timeline post KH3, which, if we are to put a timestamp on it, would be the now. And yet there doesn't seem to be any physical differentiators. There doesn't seem to be anything that Lushu has had to do, for example, which is body hop to get to the present. The others seem to have remained in their original Union Cross form. So if that's the case, then it doesn't really seem like the laws of time hopping and those consequences are universally applied. And if they're not universally applied, that becomes an issue for the structure of things moving down the line, right? Because there's only so far out you can push out your problems. My concern about a sleeping world theory is that, for me personally, as well reasoned and as well rationalized as this theory is, we need to keep in mind that sleeping worlds, or worlds that have fallen into darkness, don't possess a lot of the same characteristics as standard sleeping worlds that we have seen in the likes of Dream Drop Distance, right? There haven't been Heartless. There are other things like drops that do not occur. There are other oddities, for sure, but they're not the same thing as the explicit mechanics that are made clear in Dream Drop Distance, right? That after a set period, you do fall asleep, you do drop, and then you are transferred to someone else, right? The fact that there are no Heartless present, that they are sleeping realms, are by themselves isolated, secluded, is that the word we want to use? Where there's meant to be minimal influence, but yet regardless of all the sleeping worlds we go to, there is always some level of interference. There are nightmares where there should just be Dream Eaters. So for me, it would make sense to me that there is a cutoff point where we have transitioned to another set of times, where we have transitioned through to another timeline in and of itself. I'll delve more into this in the next episode when I have more formed thoughts around the next kind of sections, because there's lots and lots of detail to hop in and go through in this. Like, lots about Riku, lots about Kairi, lots about the overall structure. But I just wanted to give like my perspective as to the overall arc of things. So I hope you'll stick around for the next episode.
I want to talk about something uncomfortable. What counts as canon in Kingdom Hearts? Not in the sense of, is this lore accurate? Does this contradict that? Should we trust this cutscene? I mean more fundamental. When a game in this franchise becomes inaccessible, archived, delisted, lost to platforms that no longer exist, does it stop being part of the story? A comment in my Kairi video put this front and center for me, and I want to address it properly. Not the person, but the argument. Because I think the argument reveals something important. Not just about Kingdom Hearts, but how we engage with media, with corporations, and with ideas we find uncomfortable. The comment came in response to my Kairi theory, where I argued that Kairi is by definition undefined. She inhabits so many roles across the series that pinning down who she is becomes genuinely complicated. And part of that argument drew on Union Cross and Dark Road. The pushback was essentially this. That's only a problem if you include the mobile games as canon. Most fans nowadays treat Union Cross as bonus content, something you watch after Kingdom Hearts 3 if you're interested, not something that's essential to understanding the story. And if you exclude it, the contradictions that I'm pointing to don't exist. I understand that perspective completely. I want to be clear about that. It's a reasonable position to hold if you're a casual fan who just wants a coherent narrative. But I don't think it holds up. And here's why. When Square Enix archives Union Cross and Dark Road, they didn't remove them from the story. They removed our access to them. Those are two completely different things. Think about it this way. Does a book stop being valid as a source of literature just because it goes out of print? If you find it in a library rather than a bookstore, does that change what's written inside of it? Does the value of the information disappear because it's harder to get a hold of? The answer is obviously no. And the same logic applies here. What Square has done by archiving these games is a systemic failure of media conservation. It's a corporation failing to maintain access to its own canon. That's a Square problem. It's not a reason for us to pretend that those games don't inform the story, because they do. The character files reference them, the compendiums reference them. Melody of Memories can't exist without the events of Remind, which cannot exist without Union Cross. The threads are there whether the games are accessible or not. Saying we should exclude them because they're unavailable is essentially letting Square off the hook for archiving their own lore. And I'm not willing to do that. Here's where I land on all of this. Everything is canon. All of it. And I know that sounds like it creates problems. Because it does. It creates contradictions. It creates retcons. It creates moments where one piece of the franchise directly contradicts another. But that's not a reason to exclude things. That's actually where the interesting work happens. Take the Ven and Streliza situation. In Union Cross, it's very clear that Ven murders Streliza. In the character files, that event is not only not mentioned, Streliza's entry is rewritten to say that she simply vanishes. Ven's involvement is scrubbed entirely. Now, you can look at that and say, well, the character files are the more recent and authoritative source, so that's what we'll go with. Or you can look at it and say, there was a creative pivot when Union Cross was scripted and when the character files were published. someone made a decision to change something. And that decision is interesting. What does it tell us? What was the creative reason? What does it mean for the story going forward? If you exclude Union Cross from the conversation, you never ask that question, you never notice the gap, you never track the discrepancy. And tracking discrepancies is one of the most important skills that you can develop. Not just as a Kingdom Hearts fan, but as a person who consumes media and information in a world where corporations regularly revise their own histories. This is the part I want people to sit with. If we train ourselves to accept that inaccessibility equals irrelevance, that if something is hard to find or doesn't fit neatly or creates uncomfortable contradictions, that we should just remove it from the conversation, then we develop a habit of thought that goes way beyond Kingdom Hearts. We become people who are easy to gaslight, who accept when a corporation or a government says, no, this was always the way, without being able to point to receipts and say, well, actually no, it wasn't. I have the original source, I tracked the change, I know what it said before. Kingdom Hearts is a genuinely safe training ground for this because the stakes are low. Nobody's life depends on whether or not Ven killed Strelitzia. But the practice of noticing the discrepancy, sitting with it, refusing to smooth it over just because it's uncomfortable, that practice matters. It transfers. I will never be the content creator who says, well, most people think X and therefore X is probably right. Because most people thinking something has never been proof that it's true. What if we lose the space for Y and Z entirely because we've decided X is the consensus? The Sleeping Realm theory people have done extraordinary work, detailed, well-rationalized, genuinely impressive scholarship. And I don't fully agree with it. And there's space for both. That's not a contradiction. That's how intellectual engagement is supposed to work. And since we're here, let me come back to something that I want to revisit. My very first theory on this channel was this thought that Kingdom Hearts 3 may not actually be canon, and I still think about it. Here's what trips me up about Kingdom Hearts 3's open. We're not at a station of awakening, we're not choosing powers, we're choosing memories. We're asked if our memories make up who we are, which is a completely different philosophical proposition than the one the series has always opened with. Sora is vacant. Throughout the sequence, he's stoic. There's no glint in his eye. That's not how Sora usually presents. We move through a mirror version of Kingdom Hearts 1 Sora to Kingdom Hearts 2. That transition is strange and we don't talk about it. We're closer to the final world than the Station of Awakening. The final world is closer to death than awakeness. And then we have the worlds themselves. Toy Box is completely empty. No people anywhere. Galaxy Toys is a ghost town. Monsters Inc. is a factory with no one in it. The only way I can rationalize that is that the boys are playing chess with no concept of what these worlds actually look like. They know the pieces, they know the broad strokes, but they've never been there. So in their imaginings of this board, those worlds are empty. Compare that to like Arendelle, Corona, San Fernocchio, places that share aesthetic DNA with locations Keyblade wielders would have had experienced during training. These worlds feel populated and real because the boys have it as a reference point. An Ephemera appearing at the Keyblade graveyard to save the day? For anyone who hasn't played Union Cross, that comes completely out of nowhere. It's a deus ex machina that only makes sense as something imagined rather than something that actually happened in battle. Because you simply cannot imagine in a real world that a figure from ancient history just shows up because they felt like it. I'm not saying Kingdom Hearts 3 didn't happen. I'm saying the evidence that it happened the way we think it happened is weaker than we originally give it credit for. And if we don't create spaces for these theories like this to have a home, we lose so much in the process. So that's where I land. Everything is canon. The mobile games, the final mixes, the obscure Game Boy Advance titles, the stuff that got retconned. stuff that contradicts all of it. Not because holding it all simultaneously is comfortable, because it isn't. It creates problems, it creates questions that I don't have clean answers to. It creates discrepancies that Square would probably prefer that we didn't notice. But those discrepancies are the interesting part. Those are where places where the story gets revealed, where the creative pivots happen, where the gap between what was intended and what got published tells us something true about the franchise. And learning to sit with that discomfort, to hold contradictory information without collapsing it prematurely into a single, clean narrative, it's not just good theory crafting. It's good thinking. This has been LoreBySpec. If this video got your brain working, please like, comment, and subscribe. It genuinely helps more than you think. I also have a podcast called Thinking Through the Darkness, where I work through theories like this before they become videos. Links are in the description. And if you'd like to support the channel, you can do so by finding my Ko-Fi, which is also in the description. Thank you so very much for watching. And I will see you in the next one.
So today we're working on the next part of the Sleeping Realm theory, and I want to focus specifically on Kyrie, because I think this is where the theory becomes the most interesting and the most unstable. This section starts with the idea of a whole new world, but it very quickly splinters into two parallel threads. This part actually starts in a slightly annoying place, and I think that most of us have been there at some point when you start to dissect it. You're watching Kingdom Hearts 3, you hit the young Master Xehanort scenes, and he's already warning Sora that he's messed up, that he's gonna fade, that he's already broken the rules. The problem here is quite simple, actually. Sora hasn't done anything yet. Not from our perspective, anyway. Not chronologically. Not casually. And the Sleeping Realm theory crew are right to flag this as weird, because the only way those warnings function is if young Master Xehanort already knows how this ends. And honestly, I don't have a ton to add here. I agree with that read almost wholesale. For me, it means one of two things. Something that the gang don't touch on, which is either Kingdom Hearts 3 is cyclical, or these events have already happened at least once before. Either way, this is the point where the series finally starts eating its own tail. The Ouroboros moment, if you will. Or to quote the Stanley parable, the end is never the end, is never the end, is never the end. Where I do have something to add is where the theory pivots next. Because once the cycle is established, the focus shifts to Kyrie, and that's where things get unstable. Kyrie is one of the longest running characters we have in the franchise, and paradoxically, she's also the least fixed. She's always present, always important, always central, and yet her function keeps changing. She's a princess of heart, she's an anchor, she's a keyblade wielder, she's a memory vessel, she's a final world tether, she's a crystallized captive, survivor of melody of memories, a soul stuck in Sora's heart. The mistake we keep making is assuming that this means that she's poorly written. I don't think that's true. I think Kyrie is deliberately undefined, because the story is refusing to lock her into a single metaphysical category. So before we talk about what Kyrie might be, we need to be very clear about what she isn't. Kyrie is not just a princess of heart. If she were, that role would behave in the way that it does for the other princesses. That it's, symbolic, stable, narratively interchangeable to a point. But Kairi's princess status is removed quite quietly in Kingdom Hearts 3, and nothing breaks because of it, which tells us something important. The princess role isn't her identity. It's just scaffolding. Temporary structure while the story figures out what it needs to do with her next. She's also not framed as a standard Keyblade wielder. I mean, you need to kind of compare her learning and her arc to everyone else's. Terra fails his Mark of Mastery exam. Aqua still retains her Keyblade even though she ends up in anti-Aqua form. Riku walks the road to dawn. Lee literally bleeds for his redemption. Kairi's struggles are never about confidence or learning, they're about presence. So the question is never, can she fight? The question is, can she exist here in this state under this current rule set? And that's not how the series treats ordinary people. Now let's talk about the moment everybody, including myself, shorthands as Kairi's death. Because according to the character files, that's not what actually happens. The text does not say Xehanort kills her. It says Master Xehanort crystallizes Kairi and takes her captive. That distinction matters. There's no art release, no fading, no golden light, no dissolution. She's, for want of a better word, paused, frozen in a state that still preserves her as retrievable. It's kind of akin to what we see Azora do if you fail to defeat him in the secret episode. The thing is, Kingdom Hearts knows how to depict death, and this isn't that. Melody of Memory quietly escalates things. Kairi undergoes a procedure that breaks her heart into memories and reconstructs timelines, forces the subject to relive trauma. Sora has required stasis to survive that level of reconstruction, and Kairi doesn't. I mean, think about it. While she's in that state, she's able to fight. She resists inside it. She summons Sora from within it. That's not normal behavior in this universe. And I don't mean that emotionally, I mean mechanically. At this point, the story stops treating Kairi like a person who exists in the system and starts treating her like something the system has to account for. Now, here's where things get really messy. We know the arcs require criteria, a memory vessel or a connection to strong enough will to allow reformation. Kairi is flung via an arc once already, from Radiant Garden to Destiny Islands, but even then, the story never fully explains who is anchoring her at that time. And when Melody of Memory, confirms this, we're left with the same gap. There's no confirmed vessel. There's no real confirmed point of arrival. No confirmation as to who remembers her first, which means that either the rules are incomplete or Kairi is not bound to them in the same way. And honestly, the series keeps pointing that it's option 2. This is the part I think people are most uncomfortable with. Kairi isn't a mystery waiting to be solved. She's a variable that the story refuses to collapse. Every time the narrative approaches definition, princess, wielder, sacrifice, anger. It withdraws and shifts the conditions. And I don't think that's sloppiness. I think that's restraint. If Kingdom Hearts is cyclical, if the end is never the end, then the fixed points are dangerous. Kairi isn't powerful because she fights. She isn't important because she waits. She isn't relevant because she suffers. She's important because the story keeps preserving her, even when it doesn't fully understand why yet. And in a universe built on memory, repetition, and return, that might make her the most dangerous constant of them all. Kingdom Hearts tells us a lot about light and darkness, but it rarely asks the question that actually matters. What if light isn't good? What if it's just powerful? This video isn't about defending darkness. It's about interrogating light. Because when you actually look at the series across Union Cross, Birth by Sleep, Kingdom Hearts 2 and Kingdom Hearts 3, a pattern emerges. The light does things that are cruel, manipulative, and ethically indefensible. And it does them with confidence. Let's start at the beginning. Union Cross introduces a deeply uncomfortable idea. Worlds can be digitized. Lives can be recreated as data. And those lives still feel. Recoded makes this explicit. Data worlds are not hollow simulations. They experience fear, loss, hope, and pain. So when Union Cross shows the light repeatedly restructuring events, replaying history, manipulating outcomes, and testing whether catastrophe can be avoided, we have to ask something uncomfortable. If these worlds feel, if these worlds are real in every way that matters, what gives the light the right to treat them as disposable experiments? The light's justification is prevention, stopping the Keyblade War, saving the world. But intent doesn't erase consequence. And prevention doesn't justify erasure. This is false light. Not evil, not malicious, but it's certainly convinced it knows best. And that pattern doesn't stop there. Birth by Sleep gives us one of the clearest examples. Ericus attempts to kill Ventus. Not in battle and not out of some forced desperation, but quite calmly, deliberately. Because in his mind, murdering a child is preferable to risking the Keyblade being forged. But there were alternatives. Isolation, stasis, other forms of protection, even going so far as to tell Ven the truth. But Ericus chooses execution. And that story is treated as a tragedy, not a moral failing. Why? Because Ericus stands on the side of light. And light in Kingdom Hearts is allowed to be wrong without being condemned. Now let's talk about Mickey. Mickey knows Aqua is alive by the end of Birth by Sleep. Mickey knows she's trapped in the realm of darkness, and Mickey does nothing for 10 years. Yen Sid discourages any intervention, and it's under the guise of wisdom, restraint. But if you ask yourself honestly, is abandoning someone to endless suffering the right thing? Or is it simply convenient? This isn't darkness corrupting light. This is light deciding that sacrifice is acceptable as long as it's someone else paying the price. And this is where the moral asymmetry becomes impossible to ignore. Because when characters aligned with darkness make questionable choices, they're condemned. When characters aligned with the light do the same, they're excused. There is one character who complicates this entire discussion, though, and that's Ansem the Wise. Ansem begins in the light. His work is curiosity-driven, scientific, genuinely orientated towards understanding hearts, not exploiting them. And then, crucially, he stops. He reaches a point where he recognizes that his research has crossed an ethical boundary. That understanding hearts has become instrumentalizing them. That knowledge has turned to harm. So he shuts it down. And that choice matters. Because Ansem is proving something the series rarely acknowledges. That being aligned with the light does not excuse unethical action. And that wisdom is knowing when to stop. But Ansem doesn't disappear after that choice. He becomes Diz. And Diz is where things get uncomfortable. Because Diz does things that are, frankly, cruel. He imprisons Roxas. He manipulates Naminé. He uses Riku as his sword. He uses children as tools in a larger plan. And yet the narrative continues to frame him as ultimately justified. Because his cruelty is in service of restoration. Because his suffering grants him moral permission. This is the sleight of hand Kingdom Hearts performs. Ansem the Wise shows us ethical restraint. Diz shows us what happens when restraint gives way to obsession. And the story lets both exist under the umbrella of light. Now keep that in mind, because this is where Vexen enters. Vexen is framed as cruel, arrogant, unethical, and much of that is earned. But here's the problem. Kingdom Hearts 3 does not succeed without him. Without Vexen, there are no vessels. No Roxas, no Xion, no Naminé. Without Vexen, the Guardians of Light lose. And yet Vexen is never afforded the narrative grace that's given to Ericus or Mickey. He's useful, but never forgiven. Essential, but never redeemed. Why? Because Kingdom Hearts does not judge morality by action. It judges it by alignment. If you belong to the light, your failures are tragic. If you belong to the dark, your virtues are suspect. That is the real ethical framework of this universe. And once you see it, you can't really unsee it. Light isn't inherently just, and darkness is not inherently wrong. What matters is who's allowed to define goodness. False light isn't about villains pretending to be heroes. It's about authority acting without accountability. It's about certainty replaced by compassion. Order replacing care. Outcome replacing ethics. Kingdom Hearts isn't asking us to choose between light and darkness. It's asking us to do something much harder. Who decides what good means? And who pays the price when they're wrong? That question doesn't have a clear answer, and that's kind of the point. Because Kingdom Hearts has never been about purity. It's about responsibility. And the moment the light forgets that, then it becomes just as dangerous as the darkness that it fears. There's a claim I see over and over in my comments, and it normally goes something like this. Xehanort wasn't punished the way Sora was because Xehanort didn't break the rules. Sora abused the power of waking, Xehanort didn't. And on the surface, this sounds reasonable. Except, if you look at it and try to break it down, it doesn't hold up to much scrutiny. The problem here is Kingdom Hearts has never shown to us a rule set that applies equally to everyone. This argument quietly assumes one of three things. 1, that the rules are clearly defined. 2, that everyone has equal access to them. And 3, that the consequences are enforced consistently. And I don't think any of those are true. Because throughout the series, the so-called good guys consistently operate with less and less information, less access, fewer explanations than the antagonists. And that imbalance matters, especially when we start talking about the power of waking. So the real question isn't whether or not Sora broke the rules, it's whether the rules were ever fairly applied to him in the first place. Everything Sora knows about the power of waking comes from vague warnings, half explanations, or outright villains. Yen Sid doesn't explain the limits. Mickey doesn't explain the consequences. No one ever sits down with Sora and says, here is what you absolutely cannot do. Meanwhile, the antagonists always know more. Xehanort understands harsh transit, body displacement, temporal manipulations, and how to move people across worlds and time. He sends Kairi back to Destiny Island in a pod, heart first across worlds, in a way that violates world order just as much as anything that Sora does later. That is a harsh movement. That is interference. And yet it's never framed as rule breaking. He also fractures himself across time, across bodies, across hearts, which functionally is the same category of actions that people accuse Sora of abusing. It's just done with far more intent and knowledge. And let's not even talk about separating out Ven and Vanitas, as well as all of the horrors of the secret reports. Arguably, separating out hearts should be just as punishable in terms of world balancing actions as going from heart to rebuild. But it's not. And why is that? There is only one real reason. The Master of Masters. Xehanort is the only one we know of who meets him directly, is shown the world's trajectory, and is given context that no one else has. That alone destroys this idea that everybody here is playing the same game. So we have to ask, could Xehanort have done any of this without that access? Because if the answer is no, then this was never about rules. This was about access. It was about who's allowed to know what. Let's talk about where information actually comes from in this series. I've said it at the top and I'll repeat it here. Yen Sid does not explain the power of waking. He just tells Sora that he needs it. Mickey does not explain its limits. No one sits down with Sora and says, hey, here's what you absolutely cannot do. The only people who ever talk about the power of waking in concrete terms are the antagonists, and that's already a problem. Because the bad guys in Kingdom Hearts have a long and very well documented history of lying, omitting details, or telling partial truths that just benefit them. So when people say Sora broke the rules, my first question is, what rules? Who taught them? And when? And this is where things get genuinely strange, because there is actually one character who should know all of these rules, but doesn't. Chirithy. Chirithy is a guide. Not just a guide, the guide. For those who don't know, they are the guide for the Keyblade wielders from the Age of Fairy Tales, created by the Master of Masters. Their entire purpose is to explain systems, warn about danger, and help the wielders navigate metaphysical nonsense that no normal person could intuit. And yet, Chirithy doesn't know about the power of waking. Chirithy doesn't warn Sora about the potentials of abusing it. Chirithy does not say anything when Sora begins moving from heart to heart, as he does when he leaves the final world for the first time, which raises a very uncomfortable question. If this action carries catastrophic consequences, why doesn't the guide say a word about it? And it's not just Chirithy. At the end of Kingdom Hearts 3, when Sora decides to go after Kairi, Mickey lets Sora go. Riku accepts it. Yensid doesn't intervene. There is no moment where someone grabs Sora and says, absolutely not, this will break reality. No cosmic alarms go off. No force of light resists him. No metaphysical boundaries push back. Which leaves us to two possibilities. Either no one understands the severity of these consequences, or the consequences weren't actually known at the time. And in either case, punishing Sora afterwards becomes morally incoherent. So no, I don't think this is a story about Sora breaking the rules. I think this is a story about knowledge, and it being selectively distributed. Xehanort had access to information that Sora never did. The Master of Masters controls who knows what, and when they know it. We see this in the start of Union Cross. The foretellers are given different versions of the books of prophecy. One person is a traitor, one person doesn't get a book, and one person has an extra page. The control of information is always in the Master of Masters' hands, and it's never universal. Nobody is ever given the same thing. Or even see it in the new foretellers arrive, and Ava slips a piece of paper into one of them. That is selective distribution of information that some people are allowed to have access to and others aren't. This is a common trope. So how are you meant to enforce rules that are only given to one group of people and not another? And the so-called good guys are consistently kept in the dark. If the consequences only apply once the knowledge exists, then Sora didn't commit a crime. He just acted in ignorance. And that raises a much more uncomfortable question than who broke the rules. But who decides who is allowed to know what in the first place? Why can't Marluxia and Larxene wield their Keyblades in 358 over 2 days? This is one of those questions that seems simple until it really isn't. Because on paper they should be able to. Any other ancient Keyblade wielder can. Ven can. Vanitas can. Roxas can. Xion can. So why not them? Before we answer that, we need to be very precise with names. This is where people understandably get a bit confused. When we're talking about 358 over 2 days, we're not talking about Luarium and Lorena. We're talking about Marluxia and Larxene. Those are their nobody forms. Luarium and Alrina are who they were. Marluxia and Larxene are who they were during days. And that distinction really matters. So let's set the stage properly here. Larxene is the only female member of Organization 13, aside from Xion, if you're counting, because Xion is a replica at this point. She's sharp, cruel, self-aware, and deeply hostile to the idea of hearts. But notably, she never loses her sense of self. Marluxia, meanwhile, is entrusted with Castle Oblivion. That alone tells us that something's off. He's a newcomer, and yet he's handed one of the most important locations in the organization's structure. Castle Oblivion is a place tied directly to memory and identity, and crucially, Marluxia does not know who he is. That isn't interpretation, by the way. That's the text. everything we're going to be going through is from the character files. His own story sections stress uncertainty, memory loss, and a fractured sense of purpose. He questions his obedience. He questions his thoughts. He questions whether his desire to betray is his own. This is where the research starts to get really interesting. While going through the character files and the chronicles, something stood out to me. Larxine's chronicle is meticulous. Every major beat is logged. Castle Oblivion, her defeat in Chain of Memories, her revival, her rejoining the real Organization 13, her actions in Kingdom Hearts. There is a straight, unbroken narrative line. Marluxia's chronicle is different. It details him joining the organization, it details the events of Castle Oblivion, it details the conspiracy, but it doesn't clearly log his revival and reintegration in Kingdom Hearts 3. That omission is strange. You could put that down to some sort of copy error, that it just might be sloppy editing work. But I don't think it's sloppy. I think it's strange. Especially because his later story sections acknowledge that something here is unresolved. That tells us the game wants us to notice a difference. Now let's address the obvious explanation. They can't wield keyblades because they're nobodies. Except that explanation doesn't really hold. Roxas is a nobody, Xion is a replica. Both wield keyblades. Ventus retains his across fractured timeline and identities. So keyblade access clearly isn't revoked just because somebody is a nobody. Which means that something else is going on. Once you stop looking at it at what they are and start looking at who they are, the pattern becomes a bit clearer. Roxas, Xion, and Ventus all share something. They possess cohesive identity. Even when confused, even when fragmented, they act as whole selves. Marluxia doesn't. He isn't Luarium, but he isn't fully Marluxia either. He exists in the in-between. And that matters. So what about Larxine? Larxine also doesn't wield a keyblade. But I think that's for a different reason. She doesn't lack identity. She rejects vulnerability, she mocks hearts and memories, but she's also internally consistent. She knows who she is. She knows what she wants. And she doesn't need a keyblade to assert agency. My theory is that Larxine has been rejected by the keyblade because she actively goes against everything that the keyblade looks for when it looks for its wielder. Marluxia, on the other hand, does need the keyblade in many respects, but he can't access it. So what is the keyblade responding to? It's not memory, not lineage, it's not even the past. It's responding to wholeness, to an integrated self, to identity, agency, and in many cases a narrative position aligning. In 358 over 2 days, Marluxia is unfinished. His selfhood is fractured, his purpose is unclear, so his keyblade remains dormant. Not gone, just dormant. This isn't a gameplay perk. And this isn't a continuity error. This is Kingdom Hearts using mechanics to express character truth. Marluxia isn't weaker. He's just incomplete. Larxene isn't less powerful. She's self-contained. And Luarium and Aurina, their power exists. It's just waiting. Waiting for identity, memory, and agency to align again. Keyblades don't just answer to hearts. They answer to cohesive selves. And when a character can't summon one, the story isn't saying they're unworthy. It's saying they're not finished yet. And that's not a bug. I want to start with something simple. The Master of Masters is weird. And not just in the way that Kingdom Hearts fans usually mean when they say that. We tend to treat his behaviour like personality. Like he's just quirky, goofy, a little unhinged. The fun god, the chaos gremlin, the guy who talks in riddles because Nomura thinks that's funny. But I don't think that's what's happening here. I think the Master of Masters isn't being read wrong because he's mysterious. He's being read wrong because we're trying to interpret him like a person. And I don't think he's one. Here's the problem. Kingdom Hearts has trained us very well to read every character psychologically. Everyone is a kid with trauma. Everyone has a heart wound. Everyone's weirdness can be tracked back to loss, possession, memory damage, or some sort of dark exposure. But when the Master of Masters shows up acting unserious, we assume it's the same deal. That's just immaturity or cope. Or he's kind of has some long game mask. But that assumes that it only works if he's operating under the same rules as everyone else. And the more you look at him, the more obvious it becomes that he isn't. Let's talk about the concept of wisdom. In fandoms, there is this very narrow idea of what wisdom is meant to look like. Wise characters are stoic, measured, calm, Yoda-coded. And when someone doesn't fit that mold, we assume they're either hiding something or not actually wise at all. But that's not how wisdom works in mythology. There's an entire category of figures who are ancient, powerful, and deeply informed, but also playful, theatrical, and annoying on purpose. Trickster gods, creator figures, narrative architects. They don't perform wisdom through seriousness. They destabilize systems by refusing to engage with them honestly. And that is the Master of Masters' lane. He doesn't give straight answers not because he doesn't know them, but because the straight answers would imply the rules still matter. Now I get that this is where people usually jump to Sora. And I get it because the comparison almost works. Early Sora is playful, unbothered, emotionally open. He jokes largely through the danger. But here's the difference, and this matters. Sora is playful under consequence. As the series go on, we watch that change. He grows more serious, more resolved, more aware of cost. He resists adulthood, sure, but he's still shaped in a world that's pushing back at him. The Master of Masters, he doesn't push back, he doesn't escalate, he doesn't react emotionally when plans go wrong. He doesn't behave like someone who can lose. That's not Arrested Development, that's exemption. And if this was just tone, I'd let that go. But then there's the coat. The single weirdest, quietest red flag in this entire characterization. He tells Xehanort that one day he'll master the darkness so completely that he won't need the coat anymore. And then in the same breath, he says he'll never take his own off because he's too much of a scaredy cat. That should set off alarms, because if darkness were the threat, he wouldn't be afraid of it. If the coat was his invention, he would say so. Kingdom Hearts characters love explaining their own symbolism. He doesn't. Which means the coat protects against something that isn't just darkness. That something exists in the lane of betweens and the lanes of darkness. And that something the Master of Masters does not control. That joke isn't humour. That's deflection. Think about how rare that is in this series. Characters lie, characters mislead, but usually when they do so, it's with desperation, fear, or grief. The Master of Masters hides information the way architects hide scaffolding. Casually, without urgency, without emotional weight. That's not the behaviour of someone damaged by time travel. If it were, everyone would look like this too. But Xehanort isn't. Terra isn't like this. Aqua isn't like this. Riku, after everything he's been through, still experiences stakes. The Master of Masters doesn't act broken, he acts misaligned to his reality, and that's the key. We keep trying to diagnose him psychologically, but what if his weirdness isn't emotional? What if it's structural? What if he's not acting childish, he's acting as someone who exists outside of the story's feedback loop? Someone who knows which rules are real, and which ones are just there to keep everyone else moving forward. This is why identity theories struggle here, because if the Master of Masters was just a future version of someone we know, his behaviour would reflect that. But it doesn't. It reflects distance, not emotional distance, narrative distance, like someone watching a system they built continue to function, just badly. So here's the reframe. The Master of Masters isn't goofy. He isn't unserious. He isn't hiding wisdom behind jokes. He behaves like someone whose consequences are optional, but not non-existent. The coat proves that. There are things he fears. There are limits he respects. They're just not on the same ones as everyone else's. And that's what makes him dangerous. Not because he's evil, not because he's chaotic, but because he understands the structure of this story. And everyone else is still trapped inside it. If the Master of Masters looks strange, it's not because he doesn't care. It's because he knows which rules don't matter anymore. And once you see that, you stop asking who he is, and you start asking what happens when someone like that decides to interfere. We've seen mirrors appear only a handful of times in Kingdom Hearts, most notably in a fragmentary passage with Aqua and again in Kingdom Hearts 3 during Sora's surreal prologue. But these moments stick out. They're eerie, symbolic, unexplained. So what are these mirrors actually doing here? What do they show us? And more importantly, what don't they? Let's start with a fragmentary passage. Aqua's time in the realm of darkness already bends space and logic, but when she enters the mirror section of the castle, things get deeply symbolic, almost uncomfortably so. The core mechanic of this section is simple. Aqua finds a mirror, but she can't see her reflection. She's trapped. The only way forward is to travel through mirrors and into twisted worlds, to face Heartless and eventually herself. One by one, she clears these rooms until she finally confronts a dark version of herself, a phantom who speaks every fear and doubt she's buried. This should be a powerful moment, the kind of classic narrative beat where the character faces their inner demons and comes out changed. But that's not what happens. Aqua defeats her shadow self, but there's no reconciliation. No acceptance, just destruction. And here's where things start to crack. Why does Aqua have no reflection to begin with? Even before the phantoms appears, she is quite literally absent from her own image. That's not just symbolic, that's uncanny. Mirrors in mythology and fiction are all about identity. They reflect the self. They reflect truth. They expose hidden aspects. But Aqua's reflection is missing until she kills a version of herself. That's not growth. That's just erasure of a key part of herself. Compare this to Riku, who throughout the series embodies the struggle with darkness. From Chain of Memories to Dream Drop Distance, Riku is put through an arc of confronting his shadow self, Ansem, the darkness within him, his regrets, and ultimately arrives at acceptance. He doesn't defeat the darkness, he integrates it. By Kingdom Hearts 3, Riku's mastery of his inner struggle is so complete that he walks freely with the knowledge of his darkness. His strength comes from acceptance. That's a fundamental shift in the series' messaging, that darkness isn't something to be destroyed, it's something to be acknowledged. Aqua doesn't get that. Her phantom is just an enemy. There's no conversation, no integration, just a boss fight. And while that might feel thematically aligned with her Warrior of Light role, it also leaves her incredibly vulnerable to the fall that she eventually experiences. When Aqua succumbs to the darkness later, becoming Anti-Aqua, it's framed as tragic, but narratively, it's also kind of inevitable. If you bury your shadow, it grows underground. Let's talk about the actual room. A fragmentary passage mirror section is littered with Western astrology symbols, the 12 zodiac signs, and while Kingdom Hearts has always been, fast and loose with its visual language, this isn't just random design, it's a deliberate motif. Why the zodiac? Why Western astrology specifically, when so much of the series is rooted in Eastern and Disney aesthetics? Why are these mirrors reflecting not just Aqua's self, but her fate, her destiny? Or are they merely empty echoes, failed reflections of someone who lost touch with herself? The truth is, we don't know, but the use of mirror here feels weighty, intentional, and utterly unresolved. One of the most striking moments in Kingdom Hearts 3 is the very opening, Sora standing before a mirror, but not just any mirror. Here the player is forced to interact, to choose, to step through the mirror. No progression without this choice, but what's fascinating is what happens on the other side. Instead of selecting power, stats, or skills, something that Kingdom Hearts has always framed as a choice, the player selects from a kaleidoscope of memories, with the question posed, what do you desire? This is a radical departure from the series' usual focus. It's less about what you can do and more about what you want. A subtle but profound shift. Why? Because the mirror here isn't just a gateway between Kingdom Hearts 1 Sora and Kingdom Hearts 2 Sora. It's a gateway between who Sora was and who he wants to be. Filtered through memory and desire rather than stats or abilities. Unlike the usual RPG progression, this moment highlights the intentional conflict and identity over power. It raises a bigger question for the series. If Sora's journey is about overcoming darkness and choosing light, what does it mean when the very first challenge is about desire? Something that's inherently personal, subjective, and sometimes contradictory. Why place this moment in a mirror, a symbol traditionally associated with reflection and truth, and yet have Sora's reflection be absent or fragmented? It's a puzzle that's left mostly unresolved, but its placement right at the start of Kingdom Hearts 3 suggests that the developers want us to consider identity and desire as central themes, maybe even more than choice or power. When viewed alongside Aqua's mirror experience in Fragmentary Passage, where her reflection is missing and she confronts a shadow self, it's clear mirrors that Kingdom Hearts serve as more than just portals. They symbolize fractured identity and unresolved inner conflict. Sora's mirror isn't just about moving forward, it's about shaping into a version of Sora that is shaped by memory, desire, and maybe even doubt. The mysteries remain, but it's a thread worth pulling. Is a crux to this whole theory. These mirrors don't add up. Aqua's mirrors aren't explained. Sora's mirror is symbolic, but to what end? Neither get a satisfying resolution. Aqua never integrates with her shadow. Sora never reflects on his mirror self. Both moments feel like they were meant to mean something deeper, but the thread dropped. It's tempting to say these are just abstract flourishes. Kingdom Hearts is no stranger to dream logic. But when the same motif repeats in multiple key moments, both involving identity, memory, and transformation, it starts to feel like a pattern. And if this is a pattern, then what are the mirrors trying to show us? That the characters don't really know themselves? That transformation happens through dissonance? That something or someone is pulling the strings behind the glass? The mirrors in Kingdom Hearts are few and far between, but when they do appear, they're never just decoration. They're thresholds, challenges, omens, and yet they remain unexplained. Maybe that's the point. Maybe the mirrors show us only what we're willing to see, and the rest is up to us to figure out.
Maleficent knows things she shouldn't. That's the thread I want to pull today. Not the obvious stuff, not her powers, not her motivation, not the fact that she's one of the most consistent presences across the entire Kingdom Hearts series. What I want to talk about is the specific, uncomfortable question about how she knows what she knows, and why the answer to that question might fundamentally break how we understand time travel in this franchise. Because I think this series has been quietly telling us something about Maleficent for years, and I don't think anybody's really talked about it. Let's start with the most obvious problem. Maleficent is the reason the Seven Princesses are captured. She's the reason the door to darkness gets opened. She is, on the surface, the main villain of Kingdom Hearts 1. But here's what nobody has ever really asked. What does she actually get out of any of that? Because the answer is nothing. Maleficent has always been more of a bystander to Xehanort's events rather than an active participant. And if there's one thing we know about Maleficent consistently across every game she appears in, is that she does not involve herself in things that doesn't push forward her own goals, her own desires, and her own agenda. Look at her behaviour in Kingdom Hearts 2. She's hands off, almost completely. Her whole focus is the cornerstone of light. She wants a new base of power now that she's been kicked out of Hollow Bastion when Radiant Garden was reformed. That's on brand for her, that makes sense. Darkness, power, dominion, fine. But opening the door to darkness in Kingdom Hearts 1? What does that get her? She doesn't have a Keyblade, she can't claim Kingdom Hearts. She can't use what's behind that door in any meaningful way that serves her specific goals. So why is she there? I don't think she was ever there expecting to succeed. I think she went back in time from the events of Kingdom Hearts 2 to facilitate something, to set something in motion. Not because she thought it would work, but because she already knew it wouldn't. And she needed it to happen anyway. And that raises the obvious question. How does she know that? Here's where things get complicated. The character files tells us that Maleficent goes from Union Cross directly to Kingdom Hearts 2. That's the canonical timeline we're given. And I have been internally waging war about how little sense that makes. Because if she goes from Union Cross to 2, how do the events of 1 happen at all? She would need to go back, which means she's been moving through time in a way the series has never explicitly showed us or explains. And even if we accept that she does go back, the logistics of Kingdom Hearts 1 don't hold up when you think about it. Like, think about what she has to accomplish between Birth by Sleep and Kingdom Hearts 1. That's roughly a 10-year window. In that time, she needs to learn to traverse through corridors of darkness, completely unshielded, by the way, which is something we canonically know almost nobody can do. We know you need some sort of protection to traverse those corridors without being corrupted, and yet Maleficent walks through them bare. Pete does too. The implications of that alone have never been explored, but on top of that, she needs to travel to multiple worlds, identify which villains are susceptible to her plans, convince them to participate, and coordinate the locations of the 7 princesses of Paris across all these worlds simultaneously. That's not a 10-year job. That's an impossible ask in 10 years, especially when you look at who she's supposedly coordinating. Hades, Jafar, Oogie Boogie, the Queen of Hearts. You cannot tell me that the god of the underworld got manipulated by something as simple as an offer of darkness. Hades is calculating, he's ancient. He's been running the underworld since before most of these worlds were even a blip of light. The concept of him just going along with Maleficent's plans because she asked nicely doesn't hold up. Jafar is equally calculating. We've seen how he operates across his own story. He's not somebody who gets charmed easily. The only real weak links in the chain are the Hunter from Tarzan and Hook from Netherland. Those are the only 2 you could reasonably sell a simple carrot on a string to. And yet somehow all of them are on board. Somehow the plan all comes together. And we're never shown why any of them are actually being offered in exchange. So here's the question. How does she coordinate all of this in 10 years? Without already knowing how this all plays out. Without already knowing who to approach, when to approach, and exactly what needs to happen for this plan to function. She can't, not linearly, not in 10 years, and not without looping. And here's where Kingdom Hearts 2 quietly destroys everything Kingdom Hearts 3 was trying to tell us about time travel. Because Kingdom Hearts 3 is very insistent. It hammers the point home repeatedly. Time travel has rules. There's a cost, you need an arc, Sora uses the power of waking. That breaks those rules, and that's why there's consequences. The series wants us to understand that moving through time is a specific, restricted, costly process. And then I go back to Kingdom Hearts 2, and I watch Pete manifest a door to the past through sheer emotional overwhelm, through guilt and regret and shame, so intense that it tears open a hole in time. No arc, no sacrifice, no cost, just raw emotion creating a doorway to a specific point in time where events can be changed. And anyone can walk through it. Donald and Goofy, they go through that door in their modern forms, interacting in a timeline that they already exist in. The implications of that alone are staggering. The potential for everyone to interact with their previous selves is right there, sitting in Kingdom Hearts 2, and the series just moves on like it didn't happen. But here's the detail I keep coming back to. When Pete shows Maleficent this door, she is not surprised. She's curious. There's something in her reaction that reads interest rather than shock. But she's not surprised by the existence of the door that leads to the past, which means she already knew this was possible. She already understood this kind of door could exist. And then she doesn't go through it. Think about that for a second. Maleficent, one of the most powerful wielders of darkness in this entire series, is standing in front of a doorway to the past with essentially no guards on it. She could walk through that door and take the cornerstone of light directly. She could change events. She could do whatever she wanted there. And she sends Pete instead. She pitches this to him as an opportunity for redemption. Which, yes, summoning the door in the first place is the redemption, but she frames it as something that Pete needs to do for himself. And she stands back. Why? Because I think she already knows what happens if she goes through it. And she already knows what happens if Pete does. She's not deferring to Pete out of generosity or strategy. She's deferring because she's already seen this played out. She knows that Pete going through the door produces a specific outcome, and she doesn't know what happens if she changes that variable. She's working from information gathered across multiple loops, and she knows enough to know when not to act. That's not behavior of a villain who's winging it. That's the behavior of someone operating with foreknowledge. So here's the argument. Maleficent has been using emotional doors, the same mechanic we see Pete use across Timeless River, to move through time and accumulate information across multiple interactions of events. Not arcs, not powers of waking, just raw, intense emotion creating doorways that cost nothing and require no sacrifice. Which means she has been doing freely, repeatedly, without consequence, exactly what Kingdom Hearts 3 tells us Sora should not be doing. And the series has never addressed that contradiction. It also means that Kingdom Hearts 3's entire framing of time travel as restricted, costly, rule-bound is at best incomplete and at worst dishonest. Because if Pete's regret can tear open a door to the past with no cost, then why couldn't the grief at the Keyblade Graveyard do the same thing? Is it a power difference? Is it specific to non-Keyblade wielders? Is it something about the nature of emotion? The series doesn't answer that, it just kind of moves on. And Maleficent is still out there, somewhere in the timeline, knowing about the box that Hades, an actual immortal god, has never heard of. Standing at the Keyblade Graveyard, knowing exactly when not to move. The series is going to have to reckon with her eventually. And when it does, I think it's going to have to answer some questions that it's been dodging for a very long time. This is one of those theories that the more you pull at it, the more it splinters. There are threads here that leads into questions about what Maleficent actually is at a fundamental level. Whether she's operating under completely different rules than anyone else in the series, because she's something potentially much older and something more essential than anyone has ever acknowledged yet. But that's a conversation for another time. For now, what I want you to do is sit with this. Maleficent knows things she shouldn't. She moves through time in a way the series pretends aren't possible. And she's always exactly where she needs to be. That's not luck. That's not cunning alone. That's something else. And Kingdom Hearts 4 is going to have to tell us what. This has been LoreBySpec. If this theory got your brain working, please like, comment, and subscribe. It generally helps more than you think. I also make a podcast called Thinking Through the Darkness, where I work through theories like this one before they become videos. The links are in the description. If you'd like to support the channel, you can do so in the Ko-Fi in the description as well. It's what helps keep this channel alive. Thank you so very much for watching, and I'll see you next time. Naminé barely gets 2 pages in the character files. 2 pages. For a character who is, when you actually trace the events of Kingdom Hearts 3 and rewind carefully, arguably the most essential person to the success of everything. Without her intervention, Lingering Will doesn't appear. Without Lingering Will, the second loop doesn't happen. Without the second loop, Xehanort wins. Naminé saved Kingdom Hearts 3, and the series has almost entirely failed to acknowledge that. But the more I dig into her, the more I realise that the lack of attention isn't just narrative oversight. It might be covering up something the series hasn't figured out how to explain yet. Because Naminé's presence in Remind creates a paradox that nobody really wants to talk about. Let me show you what I mean. First, let's establish something I think gets glossed over. Naminé is described in the character files as a witch, not just a nobody. A witch with specific abilities to manipulate the memories of Sora and those connected to him. It's very distinct. That's not standard by a standard nobody template. When Sora became a Heartless, he split into his pureblood Heartless form, which we briefly play in Kingdom Hearts 1, and his Nobody Roxas. That's the established pattern. Heartless and Nobody, two halves of the same person. But Naminé didn't come from a person in that way. She splintered off from Kairi, specifically from the fragment of Kairi's heart that had been living inside Sora. She's not Kairi's Nobody in the traditional sense. She's something that emerged from an anomaly. And her powers reflect that. She doesn't just lack the memories like other Nobodies, she can actively manipulate them across the entire network of people connected to Sora. That's a fundamentally different kind of existence. And it raises a question that the series has never answered. Why does Kairi's fragment produce this specific power? What is it about the intersection of Kairi's heart and Sora's that creates a witch that can rewrite memory? And why does nobody else in this franchise have that ability or anything comparable? Here's something worth noting. You've never seen Terra's Nobody. You've never seen Aqua's Nobody. Both of them arguably meet the criteria. Terra's body was inhabited and his will was fragmented. Aqua spent a decade in the realm of darkness, having her sense of self eroded. If the pattern held, there probably should be a Nobody for them somewhere. But there isn't. Or if there were, we haven't seen them. Which makes Naminé's existence even stranger. She's the only Nobody we have from that generation of Keyblade wielders, and she came from the most unusual set of circumstances. Her entry in the character files is called Another Dream, and it's short, genuinely very short compared to the other entries, but it's worth reading carefully because, one, it doesn't say as much as it does say. The entry is written in first person from Naminé's perspective. She's imagining a memory she created, a fake memory of a fourth friend on Destiny Islands herself, playing alongside Sora, Riku, and Kairi. She describes sitting on the bridge, listening to the waves, talking to a version of Sora who asks her if she ever wants to go back. And then she ends with this. I wonder whatever happened to that sketchbook I used to draw in. I can hear the sound of the waves. The sound begins to sink into my memories. The only thing I hear forever is the waves to me. Now, most of the story entries in the character files are clearly written from a specific point in time. You can usually tell roughly where in the timeline the character is speaking from. But with Naminé's entry, I can't pin that down exactly. But that last line, the only thing I hear forever is the waves, reads to me like someone's stuck. Someone who's been in the same place for a very long time with no way to move forward. That's the final world. The final world is described in the character files as a place where those who persist despite their hearts and bodies perishing wind up, floating in a space of sky and sea waiting until things are resolved. It is functionally limbo, and Naminé, a Nobody without a Heartless to pair with, without a body to return to, would fit exactly the profile of someone who would end up there. The fact that she specifically wonders what happened to her sketchbook is significant too. The sketchbook was her power, her means of manipulating memory. Without it, she's just presence, a star floating in limbo. And here's where the paradox begins. In Kingdom Hearts 3, Naminé appears in the final world as a nameless star. She tells Sora that Kairi is the one holding him in place, preventing him from fading away entirely. This is before Remind, this is in the base game. Naminé is in the final world as a star, and this is presented as her natural state given the circumstances. Which, fine. But then Remind happens. Sora goes back in time, and Naminé appears in the station of awakening fully formed, with a visible presence, calling out to Terra's heart within lingering will. Both of these things can't be true at the same time. If Naminé is the nameless star in the final world in the base game, that means she's in a state of persistent limbo where her heart and body have effectively perished, and she's waiting. The final world is not a place that you leave at will. Charity goes on to say such a thing, that you have been here time and again before, it's not a place that you can just simply leave just because you want to. The entire premise is that you're stuck there until whatever is holding you gets resolved. So how is she at the Station of Awakening in Remind fully formed, calling out to Terra? There are a few possible explanations, none of which are entirely satisfying. One, Remind takes place in a time loop where things haven't yet happened in the same sequence. In that loop, maybe Naminé hasn't ended up in the final world because the events have been altered. But if that's the case, she shouldn't be able to access knowledge from the loop where she is in the final world. 2. The Station of Awakening and the final world are spatially close. There are hints in the game that sleep and awakening, death, and the threshold between them occupy similar metaphysical territory. Maybe Naminé can partly manifest from the final world into adjacent spaces. But the character files are explicit when they say that those who end up in the final world have nowhere else to go. Being stuck there is the whole point. 3. Sora telling Naminé to go back to the final world and wait, which he does explicitly during Remind, creates a temporal loop problem. He's telling her in the past that a place called the final world exists and she should go there. But how does she know how to get there? How does she move between planes without a body, without her sketchbook, and without any established mechanism to do so? None of these hold up cleanly, and the series has never addressed it. There is one more thread that's worth pulling. The character files say Naminé traces her connection with Terra in order to change the Guardian's fated fate. She calls out to his heart, tries to break through his rage, and ultimately facilitates Lingering Wheel appearing at the Keyblade Graveyard. But what connection does she have with Terra at this point? The Twilight End crew and the Wayfinder trio have essentially no established interconnection prior to Kingdom Hearts 3. Naminé's never met Terra. She has no direct memory of him. She manipulates Sora's memory, and Sora didn't have any meaningful contact with Terra until the graveyard itself. The chain of logic the game seems to be running is Naminé is connected to Sora's memory. Sora has some connection to Lingering Will through their brief encounter in 2, and therefore Naminé can reach Terra through that chain. But that's extraordinarily loose. And crucially, does Sora even know what Terra looks like at that point when Naminé is supposedly tracing that connection? I don't think he does. He encounters Lingering Will as a piece of sentient armor. He doesn't know it's Terra, and let's face it, Sora has encountered many a sentient piece of armor in the games up till this point. So even if Naminé could reach Terra through Sora's memories, those memories wouldn't identify him as Terra, they'd identify him as armor. And without her sketchbook, the mechanism by which she does any of this routing through memories is entirely unclear. So here's what we're left with. Naminé is the linchpin of Kingdom Hearts 3's success. Without her calling out to Lingering Will, the second loop doesn't happen. Without the second loop, Xehanort wins. She's arguably the most important single intervention in the entire third act, and the series has given her 2 pages in the character files, no sketchbook in Remind, and an impossible simultaneous presence in 2 different planes of existence, and a connection to Terra that doesn't hold up under scrutiny. Either the writers didn't think anybody would look this closely, or there's something about Naminé's true nature, what she actually is, how she actually works, what the rules of her existence really are, that the series hasn't really finished explaining yet. I think it's the latter. I think Naminé is hiding something. And I think Kingdom Hearts 4 and the Lost Master Saga is going to have to tell us what that is. This has been LoreBySpec. If this theory got your brain working, please like, comment, and subscribe. It genuinely helps more than you think. I also have a podcast called Thinking Through the Darkness, where I work through theories like this before they become video. The links are in the description. If you'd like to support the channel, you can also do it through my Ko-Fi. which is also in the link in the description. Thank you so very much for watching, and I will see you next time.
In Kingdom Hearts, we talk constantly about paths. The road to light, the road to darkness, those are familiar. They're clean, they're named, but they're not the whole picture. Because Kingdom Hearts doesn't give us 2 paths, it gives us 4. Light, darkness, the road to dawn, and the road that no one wants to define, Twilight. The road to dawn is important here because it's not the same as Twilight. Dawn is the destination. Twilight is more of a condition. The only character who ever truly claims dawn is Riku. Riku's arc works because it ends with declaration. He has walked the darkness, he understands its cost, and he chooses a future that integrates it. That's what the road to dawn actually is. Not purity, not redemption theatre, but awareness with restraint. Riku has earned his path, which immediately raises a problem, because almost no one else does. Let's talk about the Destiny Islands trio. Sora is framed as the hero of light, but his actions don't always support that cleanly. Sora is impulsive. He resolves problems with violence and reflects later. He rarely considers the consequences beyond the immediate moment. And that doesn't make him bad, but it does make him unexamined. Sora doesn't walk the road to light, he's more carried by it. He inherits moral authority without actually integrating it. That places him closer to Twilight than most people would probably be comfortable admitting. Kairi is even stranger. She's aligned with the light symbolically, narratively, cosmologically, and yet she has almost no agency for most of the series. Her power exists because others remember her, protect her, or act on her behalf. Kairi doesn't choose a path, she is assigned one, which means she represents light as potential, not practice. Now we compare that to the group that most people avoid trying to categorize, which is the Twilight Town trio, Roxas, Xion, and Axel. They are not heroes, and they are not villains. They are the consequences. Roxas is born from darkness, shaped by love and driven by self-preservation. He is angry. He is reactive. He is unwilling to sacrifice himself for abstract ideals. And that is not evil. That is human. Roxas does not walk the road to light. He does not seek dawn. He exists in Twilight because his identity is incomplete, not morally compromised. Xion, on the other hand, is even more tragic. She is simply memory given form. Her choices are constrained by the fact that her existence destabilizes others. Xion's defining act is self-erasure, not for light, not for darkness, but for balance. If the Twilight road of sacrifice without recognition, then Xion walks that alone. Axel, or Lee, is the clearest proof that Twilight is not neutrality. Axel actively commits murder. He betrays his allies. He manipulates outcomes, all in service of protecting one small personal bond. His morality is relational, not ideological. That is Twilight in its rawest form, doing terrible things for reasons that are painfully understandable. Now, let's look at the Wayfinder trio. Terra, as we have discussed, earns dawn through failure and reflection. Aqua embodies devotion without support, light without reinforcement, and ultimately pays the price for it. Ven exists suspended in innocence, protected rather than self-directed. None of them fit cleanly into the light or darkness, and I feel like that's intentional. Finally, the foretellers, old and new. If Kingdom Hearts wanted us to see light and dark as sufficient, the foretellers would be archetypes. But they're not. Ava saves the world by actively disobeying. Luxu preserves history by destroying lives, essentially. Brain seeks logic but loses autonomy. Ephemer builds hope on the ruins of everything that happens. None of these are purely light actions, and none of these are purely dark. They're Twilight decisions. Choices made without certainty, but with consequences. And that's why the road to Twilight is never explained. Because once you name it, you can't pretend that this story is about good versus evil anymore. It becomes about responsibility, about who gets to decide, about who pays the cost, about who is allowed to be unfinished. The road to dawn requires resolution. The road to light requires belief. The road to darkness requires surrender. But Twilight is where Kingdom Hearts really lives.
Alright, let's talk about the part of Kingdom Hearts lore that everybody waves away like it doesn't matter. Data. Because here's the truth, we've all been lied to. Data isn't a simulation. It isn't a copy. It isn't a cute side mechanic for bonus bosses. Data is a fully structured realm, just as real as light, darkness, between, and sleep. And it's the only one that literally opens the door to Quadratum. Yeah. Let's go there. Kingdom Hearts fans have been conditioned to think data worlds don't count. But this series goes out of its way to prove the opposite. In Coded Recoded, a data Sora feels pain, forms new memories, transcends his own systems. That's not a simulation. That's a living being born inside of a digital realm. In Kingdom Hearts logic, if you form a heart, you are real. Brain digitizes the journals in Union Cross, and suddenly everybody starts panicking. Would we even know if we weren't in reality? And the answer the series gives us is no. You wouldn't. Because there's no visual tells, no glitches, no distortions. A fully digitized world is indistinguishable from a physical one. Because the data itself is a legitimate plane of existence. That's how close these realms sit to each other. The character files spell it out. Space paranoids and the grids are worlds that exist inside computers. When Sora enters Space Paranoids, he becomes a program with digital physics in a self-contained ecosystem with its own timelines and laws. That's not a copy of a world, that is a world, a realm, parallel to light, darkness, between, and sleep. Kingdom Hearts doesn't use realm labels because the universe is built on systems, not geography. Because Mickey isn't a tech nerd, he treats data like a backup universe, a safe zone, where worlds can be stored, hearts can be preserved, crises can be analysed, and people can be protected from darkness. But remember, darkness can't corrupt data unless someone else opens the door from the outside. For everything Kingdom Hearts has ever thrown at us, data is the only realm that darkness has never swallowed. That alone makes it the most stable plane in this universe. Everything in Kingdom Hearts 2 to Recoded to 3 and Remind quietly points to this. You cannot reach Quadratum unless you conquer the Data Realm first. Let me spell it out. You must defeat every single data battle in the secret episode. Why? Because the data battles aren't bonus fights. This is not Kingdom Hearts Tekken. They're data echoes of the real Organization 13, encoded fragments of darkness. When Sora beats them, he stabilizes the interface between them, between the data realm and the world line that Quadratum sits on. And then you get the option to meet Yuzora. And then the portal to Quadratum opens from Melody of Memory. We see Riku meeting Kairi when she wakes up post Melody of Memory. These events are happening in an order, meaning if you never touch the data realm, the gate to Quadratum never opens. That's not a coincidence, that's architecture. The game hides Quadratum between the data fights because in-universe, data is the bridge between reality layers. The digital, the imaginary, the unreality are all expressions of the same conceptual space. Quadratum isn't just another world, it's the next step up the same ladder that begins with data. So what is Quadratum really? Let's look at the similarities. Data realms are governed by strict rules built on code-like logic, physics laws defined by system design. Hearts can evolve inside them, time flows independently, digital bodies adapt instantly to a world. While Quadratum is governed by strict rules, built on fictional physics. Reality behaves like structured code. Hearts can exist without bodies. Time flows differently. Sora's body auto-adapts instantly upon arrival. Quadratum isn't unreality, it's an advanced data realm. A higher order version of the same system. Data isn't simulation. Data is the first layer of the multiversal structure that Quadratum belongs to. Data creates hearts. Data preserves worlds. Data realms behave with the same legitimacy as light and darkness. And data is literally the gateway to the Axis Mundi of the series calls Quadratum. The realms aren't arranged like light, darkness between sleep. They're more arranged like a stack. Physical, digital, fictional, unreality. Each more abstract, more rule-bound, more detached from the original cosmic shape. Kingdom Hearts isn't about worlds, it's about layers of existence. And the data realm isn't a gimmick. It's the bottom rung of a ladder that Sora has already climbed to reach a world that may not let him go home again.
Let me ask you something. Why did Sora fail his Mark of Mastery exam? The canonical answer is twofold. He didn't acquire the power of waking, and he almost became a vessel for Xehanort. Xehanort interfered, the exam was compromised. Sora didn't pass. And that's true. That all happened. But I think the series is trying to tell us something more uncomfortable than that. Something people aren't going to like. Sora failed his Mark of Mastery exam because he wasn't ready to pass it. Xehanort didn't cause Sora to fail. Xehanort just revealed it. To make this argument properly, we need to look at the masters we actually know. At this point in the series, we have 3 confirmed masters. Aqua, Mickey, and with some generosity based on Xehanort's own words in Birth by Sleep, Terra. So we'll include him. 3 masters. And when you look at what they all share, something becomes very clear. They're all compass driven. Not by what's immediately in front of them, but by what matters. By the point behind everything. They operate with emotional maturity, strategic clarity, and a settled sense of who they are and what they stand for, even when everything around them is falling apart. Mickey moves through the shadows throughout Kingdom Hearts 2. He doesn't appear until he's needed. He's operating strategically, assessing, choosing his moments. Is he the most emotionally mature of the three? Arguably not. But he has grown. He's less impetuous than he was. He shows restraint where a younger Mickey wouldn't have. Aqua makes strategic decisions even in impossible circumstances, sending the armor back to save Terra in Birth by Sleep, stepping in front of darkness to protect Riku, and close the door to darkness in Kingdom Hearts 1, challenging Ansem, Seeker of Darkness, without a Keyblade to defend Ansem the Wise in Kingdom Hearts 3. Reckless, maybe, but compass-driven. She knows what matters and moves towards it. And then there's Terra. Terra, whose body was taken, whose will was subjugated, whose very form was transformed into something else entirely. And yet lingering will persists. His internal connection to what matters, to his friends, to his honor, is so strong that even death and possession and becoming a Heartless in its own right cannot break it. That's not just strength, that's a sense of settled, unshakable sense of self. And now look at Sora. Look, Sora is not stupid, let's be clear about that. But there's a difference between heart and mastery, and Sora has an abundance of one and a significant deficit of the other. Emotionally, Sora is driven by what is immediately in front of him, what he can see, what he can feel in the moment. He reacts, he responds, he throws himself at problems with everything he has and trusts that it'll work out, and it usually does, because Sora is extraordinary in ways that are very specific to Sora. But mastery requires something else. It requires the ability to step back, to assess, to ask not just what do I do right now, but what's the point behind all of this and how do I move forward strategically? We see this deficit most clearly in Dream Drop Distance itself. Sora is separated from Riku almost immediately, and then he stays separated for the entire exam. And it never really occurs to him that something's up. The instinct isn't, hang on, I haven't seen Riku in a while, something's amiss, I should reassess. The instinct is just keep going, keep moving forward, which is very Sora, but it's not master level thinking. A master level thinker, separated from their partner in an exam designed to be done together, notices, recalibrates, questions. Riku does this. The moment he realizes something's off, he adjusts. He starts operating a bit differently. He becomes Sora's Dream Eater not because he was told to, but because he worked out what was actually needed. Sora never gets there. Here's the thing that really underlines this. Kairi, who has almost no formal training, who has spent most of the series on the sidelines, consistently demonstrates more strategic and emotional awareness than Sora does. As a child, she intuitively knows that reaching Sora's heart is the way to bring him back when he becomes a Heartless. She gives him a lucky charm as her way of trying to safeguard him, a quiet, considered act of protection. When worlds collapse at the end of Kingdom Hearts 1, she's calm, calibrated, not falling apart. In Kingdom Hearts 2, she pieces together the voice reaching out to her through her memories isn't Sora, it's Roxas. And she doesn't freak out about suddenly hearing voices. She follows the thread. When Axel tries to take her, she runs. Survival instinct, yes, but also situational awareness. When Naminé appears out of the cell and offers to take her hand, Kairi takes it, trusting that a plan will form, even without one being fully in place yet. When Saïx appears to challenge them, she and Naminé don't scatter, they stand together, ready to go down fighting if that's what it comes to. And when she sees Riku cloaked in the form of Ansem, she doesn't break down. She looks, she assesses, and she accepts. I see your heart, I know who you are. There is no emotional collapse, no freaking out. Sora, meanwhile, can't see through the disguise at all. The only reason he eventually recognizes Riku is because he closes his eyes, rejects what the light is telling him to see, and works from what he feels instead. Which is beautiful, which is very Sora, but it's also telling that it takes that much to get him there when Kairi gets there immediately. And she hasn't been trained. So when we go back to Dream Drop Distance with all of this in mind, the exam stops looking like something was stolen from Sora. It looks like a reveal. Xehanort interfering didn't cause Sora to fail. It exposed the gaps that were already there. The emotional immaturity, the reactive rather than strategic thinking, the inability to notice that something was wrong until it was too late. These aren't flaws that Xehanort created, they're flaws that Xehanort exploited. Because they were there to exploit, Sora wasn't ready, and the exam knew it. Which brings us to where we are now. The Kingdom Hearts 4 trailer is nearly 5 years old at this point, and we know very little for certain. But there is a moment in that I haven't been able to stop thinking about. Sora's Keyblade doesn't respond to him immediately. There's a beat, a hesitation before it comes to him. Now, that could be nothing. It's a trailer, we don't know the context. But if it's intentional, and I think it might be, then the series is doing something it should have done long ago. It's putting Sora in a position where he has to reckon with who he is when he is stripped of everything else. Because that's what's happened to every other master. Riku has lost his sense of self. The Wayfinder trio lost each other, lost Ericus, lost their entire world. Kairi has been going through the ringer from the jump. Everyone who has reached mastery or someone who demonstrates master level awareness has had something of great importance taken from them and has had to rebuild themselves up from that. Sora hasn't had that yet, not really. What I want from Kingdom Hearts 4 is for the series to slow down and let Sora be alone. Not be surrounded by friends, not propelled forward by the next threat. Actually alone, in a world that isn't his, knowing he can't go home, and having to figure out who he is in that space. Having to build something from nothing, having to understand what he stands for, when there's no one to stand for him. Because until Sora knows who he is, when everything is taken away, I don't think he's ready for the title. And I think the series, quietly, has been telling us that all along. So, did Xehanort cause Sora to fail his mark of mastery? Yes, technically, canonically. He interfered, he cheated, that's real. But Sora also wasn't ready, and those two things aren't mutually exclusive. Xehanort found the gaps because the gaps were there, and until Sora does the internal work that every other master has been forced to do, until he knows himself the way Riku knows himself, the way Aqua knows herself, even in her brokenness, the way Terra's will persists, even beyond death, he won't be ready. And maybe that's the most interesting thing that Kingdom Hearts 4 could do. Not give us Sora triumphant. Give us Sora becoming.
Let's talk about nobodies, because the logic behind them, it's broken. According to the games, a nobody is what's left when someone with a strong heart loses it. The heart becomes a heartless. The body and soul become a nobody. Simple enough, right? Except nothing in Kingdom Hearts ever stays simple. See, the rulebook says that nobodies can't act on their own. They're shells. Empty. No will, no drive. That's why Organization 13 exists. To lead them, control them, to give the nothingness a voice. But here's the problem. There are nobodies out in the lanes between. And no one is supposed to be there. That space, it's darkness, pure, uncut. The connection tissue between the worlds where Heartless are born and the laws of light start to rot. It makes sense for darkness to exist there. It's its natural habitat, but nothingness? That shouldn't even register. And yet we see dusk ships drifting through the lanes like it's just another Tuesday. No organization member in sight, no command structure, just autonomous nobodies operating in darkness, existing where they shouldn't exist. That's not a lore gap, that's a red flag, because if dusks don't need a controller, If they can function without Xemnas or Psyx giving them orders, then what's the point of the organization at all? And if they do need control, then something else is commanding them now. So let's peel this apart, because there are 3 lenses we can look this through, and all of them make this situation worse. The rules don't add up if a nobody is made out of a body of a soul and then missing a heart, which means it shouldn't be able to feel or remember, right? Except we have Axel, Roxas, nominee. All clearly feel, all clearly remember. By the end of Kingdom Hearts 3, we learn that nobodies can grow hearts, that they always had them in a sense, so that's either a retcon or the organization lied. If it's the latter, that's messed up. They didn't just recruit shells, they brainwashed real people into believing they were empty. Weapons that didn't think they had souls. If it's the former, if the nobody system has always included heart, then the entire metaphysical model collapses, because that means nothingness was never real, or it was just another form of being. So either way, the logic fails. And the dusks floating in the lane between, that's just Exhibit A. The scars between the worlds, between the lanes, were never meant to be highways. They're scars, stitches holding worlds together after KH1 shattered reality. If darkness is the absence of light, then maybe nothing is the absence of both. So kind of a cosmic dead zone. So what if dusks aren't true nobodies? What if they're fragments left over from when the worlds were reconnected? Echoes of people who were never meant to be restored? Glitches in creation? They don't serve the organization because they predate it. They serve the system, the universe unto itself, cleaning up after the apocalypse. Which means that these nobodies are really something else entirely. Something much older. Something more fundamental. Then there's someone pulling the strings of the Organization 13's whole issue and idea of control. Their command. But the dusks in the lane between don't follow those rules. They don't patrol the world that never was. They don't show up around Xemnas or Roxas. They show up in space. So who sent them? Xemnas? Maybe. The data remnant of Ansem the Wise? Possible. Or maybe, and this is the fun part, the lanes between themselves could be learning. When Aqua and Terra first crossed those lanes, they were clean, empty. But every crossing, every corridor of darkness, every broken rule contaminated them. So maybe what we're seeing isn't nobody's being sent. Maybe we're seeing the system reacting, creating its own antibodies. Dusks that act as border patrol at the edges of existence. Because someone, not because someone commanded it, but because someone broke the universe. The walls you begin to see are thinning, and Kingdom Hearts runs on 3 constants: light, darkness, and nothing. But what happens when those 3 start bleeding together? Heartless made of light, nobody's moving through darkness, unversed leaking into reality. It's all mixing, and that's the scariest part, because when systems start blending, definitions disappear. Darkness isn't just where heartless live, and nothingness isn't just the absence of a heart. They're merging, corrupting each other. If dusks can survive in the lanes between, it means that the borders between darkness and nothing don't really exist anymore. The universe isn't balancing, it's fraying. So maybe this isn't an accident. Maybe this is what happens when somebody starts rewriting the rules, because if nobodies can survive in darkness, then someone changed the definition of nothing. And if that's true, then whoever is rewriting reality isn't done yet. The final world. This isn't an afterlife. It isn't neutral. It isn't peaceful. It's a holding pattern. A glitch. A world caught between continuing and ending, where nothing moves and nothing fades. You arrive, and the only company are fragments, pieces of hearts, echoes of people who can't move on, clinging to the memories that hurt them the most because it's all they have left. Stars that lament,
that remain because they can't let go of the lives they've lost. This world doesn't allow closure. It refuses it. And then Sora arrives. But he doesn't arrive whole, not physically, not spiritually. He's scattered, literally and conceptually, reduced to fragments of himself, and the only way out is to gather them all. It's a strange scene. There's nothing here, no landmarks, no context, no meaning. Just you floating through a blank space collecting 111 pieces of yourself. It's almost mechanical, a test, a simulation. And the only voice guiding you? A Cherith. But not your Cherith, not your guide. Someone else's. Ven's. And that's where things start to break, because Cherith tells Sora, you've been here before, you choose to come here. But Sora doesn't remember any of that. Neither do we. This is new, and yet somehow it isn't. So why is Cherith here? Why is Ven's spirit guide in this place at all? Because this isn't just a neutral meeting point. This is a place where people linger, where hearts are fragmented, where closure doesn't exist, where only the unresolved remain. Why would a Cherith choose to wait here? If Ven has passed on peacefully, or even if his story could have ended cleanly somewhere else, why linger in purgatory? Why not the afterlife, or a world where things resolve naturally? Because Cherith must know that Ven's path will never be simple. That he won't arrive in a place where endings are clean or easy. That's the tell. Ven's Cherith is waiting in limbo, because limbo is where Ven's story is destined to be incomplete. It's subtle. Terrifying. Even his guide expects that he will not pass on peacefully. And that would also mean something else. Because Cherith were created by the Master of Masters. They're his messengers. It's his system, his eyes and ears. So if one is present even here, at the edge of life and death, that means his reach extends further than anyone has realized. Even to the end of the world itself. And that's not something you can fight. Then we find Naminé. A voice, a memory, a lamenting star. She tells Sora, Kairi is preventing you from fading away. Which means the only reason Sora isn't lost here forever is because someone else is holding on for him. And the nameless stars? They're the warning. They tell us exactly what this place is. A world where people cling because there's nothing else to do. If there was a way to move on, they would have taken it. But there isn't. There is only waiting. And that's the point. Staying here was never truly a choice. This world exists to remind you that everything here is broken, stuck, not by accident, by design. Ven's Cherith waiting in limbo, Sora forced to reassemble himself like a puzzle, Naminé and the stars whispering from the cracks. It all says the same thing. This isn't a place for endings. It's a place where endings fail to happen. And that's worse than death. Because it means that the Master's reach and the system he built continues. Even here. Even at the end of everything. Everything ends in the final world. Except the things that aren't supposed to. So, gummy ships. Pretty harmless, right? Flying around, shoot some heartless, build a weird cube that barely turns.
But there's something seriously wrong with them, especially in Union Cross, because if you know the timeline, you know they shouldn't exist yet. Like, at all. We're talking about a piece of tech that was literally invented after the worlds were shattered by darkness. And yet here they are, chilling in the age of fairy tales long before that ever happened. Let's talk about how gummy ships might just break the entire lore of Kingdom Hearts. Let's start with what we actually know. According to the official character files, gummy ships were developed in Disney Castle. They're fueled by happy faces, which, okay, fine. But the important part is this. When a world's barrier is destroyed by the power of darkness, fragments of it become falling stars that can be used as materials for the gummy ship. So you need world barriers to shatter before you get the materials. That's why characters in Birth by Sleep, which take place only 10 years before Kingdom Hearts 1, don't have access to gummy tech yet. They travel through darkness, they use armor, Mickey uses star shards. Nobody's got a gummy ship because the universe isn't broken enough yet. The tech hasn't been developed. And then Union Cross comes along, set long before Birth by Sleep, set before the Keyblade War, a time when the worlds are still whole, united, untouched by darkness. And we get gummy ships, flying freely between worlds, using materials that shouldn't exist yet, built in a castle that hasn't been built yet. Like, what are we doing here? It gets even messier when you read the character files for Donald and Goofy in Union Cross, because they're flying through the ocean of between in a gummy ship. It breaks down. They crash in Daybreak Town. They start collecting gummy blocks to repair it. But again, where are these blocks coming from? The world's barriers haven't been shattered yet. There shouldn't be any fragments to work with. The logic of the world doesn't hold up. And even if this is supposed to be some kind of dream, deja world, or alternate reality, yes, I know, I hear you. Parts of Unchained Key and Union Cross take place in simulation environments. We know Brain is running reconstructions. We know deja world exists. But here's the problem. Even inside a simulation, you're still following the rules of the time that you're simulating. And in that time, gummy ships still don't exist, because the Keyblade War hasn't happened. So this isn't a question of whether or not Union Cross is real or not. It's a question of why the logic collapses either way. Simulated or not, the timeline doesn't support the presence of gummy ships. And on top of that, we need to remember something fundamental about Kingdom Hearts and how it handles simulated or storybook worlds. Even if they're fake, even if they're digital, they still follow their own rules. They have boundaries. You can't just infinitely rewrite a simulation and have it remain coherent. This is baked into the lore. Keyblade wielders can't just walk in and out of worlds, messing up with the flow of events without consequences. That's the whole reason we're told not to meddle in other worlds in the first place. Think back to the simulation Diz created for Roxas in Kingdom Hearts 2. That version of Twilight Town had limits. Roxas wasn't allowed to go beyond the world's defined edges. He couldn't go to the beach on the last day of summer break because the simulation simply didn't have one. Even fake worlds still play by their own rules. So even if Union Cross is just another layer of a simulation, it still doesn't make sense that gummy ships exist in it. They're breaking rules that even fake worlds are supposed to respect. This isn't just a nitpick about spaceships, right? It's a crack in the foundation of how the Kingdom Hearts universe explains itself. Because if gummy ships exist before the barriers are shattered, then the worlds weren't as whole as we thought. And then maybe the timeline isn't what we've been told. Or worse, the writers are using gummy ships as some sort of set dressing without respecting what they mean in universe. And if they're willing to break that rule, what else are we being told that doesn't line up? Oh, and if you're wondering how Donald and Goofy are even in Union Cross to begin with, yeah, that's a whole other mess. I've got a separate video where I break down their appearance in the age of fairy tales, because, spoilers, that doesn't make any sense either. So you can check that out if you want more chaos. So what do you think? Are gummy ships in Union Cross just a gameplay shortcut, or are they a sign that the timeline is more fractured than we realise? Let me know in the comments. I want to hear your theories.
Alright, I'm just gonna say it. Castle Oblivion wasn't built, it grew. It's not architecture, it's trauma with walls, memories with a staircase, grief that learned geometry. When Aqua sealed the land of departure, she didn't construct a fortress. She buried a wound, and the wound fought back. The light flared, reality folded, and something new bloomed. Not a creation, a mutation. A world turned inwards on itself, twisted between light and darkness until it became both. A living scar. A thing that exists because balance died. You see, the realm between was never meant to be a travel hub. It's not middle ground. It's where contradictions go when they can't be resolved. Light, darkness, guilt, hope, all trying to coexist and failing. That's why Castle Oblivion could only appear there, because the realm between is the natural habitat of the unresolved. Aqua's act wasn't an act of salvation, it was suppression. She sealed a broken heart, wrapped it in denial, and called it mercy. And that denial built foundations. The castle isn't stone, it's the memory of one. Every hallway, every room, every floor, a defense mechanism made physical. You walk its halls and it remembers you back, but not kindly. Here's the part that doesn't make sense. If this was just a fortress, why does it feed? Why do people forget the deeper they go? Because Castle Oblivion eats memory. That's the ecosystem. Each recollection you surrender is a nutrient. Every lost name is a heartbeat. The organization didn't discover the castle found them. It lured them with what they wanted most. Control over memory, over hearts, over each other. But it was never theirs. They were food. That's why Naminé's powers work there, and almost nowhere else. She isn't rewriting reality, she's syncing with the castle's natural function. It's hunger for rearrangement. The castle forgets, so she forgets too. And then there's Ven, sleeping at the heart of it. Not a prisoner, a seed. The castle grew up around him like coral around a sunken ship. His dream gives it shape, his stillness giving it rhythm. When you walk through those endless corridors in chains of memory, you're walking through his unconscious, through Aqua's guilt, through a place where balance is supposed to be kept, now weaponized against itself. The Land of Departure was meant to teach Keyblade how to balance light and darkness. It was never about purity, it was about harmony. But Aqua's act broke that. She turned a place of equilibrium into one of repression. The result? A nightmare that punishes memory itself. So Castle Oblivion isn't just between light and dark. It's what happens when the two can't live together. It's what happens when the heart says, I can't bear to remember. And the world answers, then forget. And here's the kicker. When Aqua unlocks it again in Kingdom Hearts 3, it doesn't crumble. It retreats. Shrinks back into the land of departure like a creature returning into its shell. That doesn't mean it's gone. Because every time someone dreams of that place, every time someone clings to something they can't let go of, it grows back. Whisper by whisper, room by room, memory by memory. Castle Oblivion was never built. It was born. And like anything born from grief, it never really dies. It just waits for the next person with too much to remember and too much to forget. Everyone thinks the nameless star is Yzora's girl, but that theory only works if you ignore everything else that we actually know. Because what she says doesn't sound like a girlfriend waiting for a boyfriend. It sounds like someone mourning a change that shouldn't have happened. His heart was replaced with another's. If he regains his old self, he'd be distressed by my absence. So I choose to wait here. That's not about love. That's about loss of identity. About replacement. About waiting for someone who's not themselves anymore. So the real question is, who could she possibly be waiting for? Let's start with what we know. She's trapped in the final world, the place where hearts can't move on. End up. She has no body, no name, no clear way back. She's connected to someone whose heart has been altered, and she's aware of Quadratum, the world on the other side of reality. That narrows things down. So, first theory is Skuld. This seems like an easy pick, right? She's a dandelion, she's vanished, she's important. But here's the problem. Skuld's only real emotional tether was ephemer. If she were the nameless star, her dialogue would reflect him. It doesn't. And in the secret report, Subject X, the girl Lee and Isa tried to free, never names who she's waiting for. She's described as being taken from her friends, looting her memories, and being trapped in the lab beneath Radiant Garden. That's tragic, but it's also different. That version of her escaped. The nameless star didn't. So maybe Subject X was Skuld, but that means that the nameless star can't be. Wrong person, wrong situation, wrong tether. The second theory is Strelitzia. Also tempting, she's dead, her brother's searching for her, and she eventually reappears in Quadratum. But again, the nameless star talks about someone else's heart being replaced. That's not Luarium's story. And when Strelitzia returns in the Kingdom Hearts 4 trailers, she's not waiting, she's alive. Different character, different arc. So who's left? One name that never returns in Kingdom Hearts 3. One foreteller who disappears right before the war. One person Lusu specifically mentions when he says Ava had her own mission. She did what she was supposed to do. And then she's just gone. Ava. Now go back and reread the Nameless Star's lines with that in mind. She's waiting for someone whose heart who's replaced, not who's died. Someone she believes could come back if he remembered who he used to be. And who does that sound like? I think it sounds like the Master of Masters. The man she served under. The one she looked up to. The one who changed. Utterly. Between the Lightbringer who trained her and the manipulator who engineered the Keyblade War. Imagine being the only one who noticed that change, who realized something was wrong with him, and imagine being the only one who couldn't stop it. If Ava saw the Master's heart being altered, by power, by darkness, by something else entirely, then that explains everything. Why she refused to take part in his plan, why she vanished when everyone else returned, why her presence lingers in the final world, not beyond it. She isn't waiting for romance, she's waiting for redemption, for the man she once knew to wake up. Because if she's right, then the Master of Masters isn't just manipulative, he's compromised, rewritten, replaced. And that line from Lucio, Ava did her job, hits differently now, doesn't it? Because maybe her job was to confront what the others wouldn't. Maybe her job wasn't to follow him, even into the abyss. So when the Nameless Star is saying she's waiting, She's not waiting for a lover to come home. She's waiting for her master to remember who he was. And that's a much darker story.
First, a principle I think is really important for understanding Kingdom Hearts lore. Our villains almost never lie to us. They obfuscate, they misdirect, they frame things in a way that benefits them. But when they make a direct statement about what is or isn't true, they're almost always right. Everything the organization tells Sora throughout the series, while manipulative in its framing, turns out to be accurate in its substance. The things Xehanort tells us about the nature of hearts and darkness, Kingdom Hearts, all of it checks out. So when Maleficent makes a claim about what's in the box, I'm not inclined to dismiss it. I'm inclined to take it seriously. And here's what she says. In Thebes, during the sequence where she and Pete accidentally uncover Pandora's box, not Lucia's box, but Pandora's, Pete asks her what the point of all this searching actually is. And she tells him she needs a book of prophecy. She needs to have it for herself. That's the moment, right there. She tells us. Now let's go to the character files, because they actually back this up directly. In the tip section for Maleficent, the files ask the question, why is she searching for the black box? And the answer is this. The black box Maleficent seeks is the one the Master of Master entrusted to Lucia. The contents are unknown, but Maleficent speculates that it contains the Book of Prophecy. She speculates. But here's the thing. Given that our villains are almost never wrong about substantive claims, and given that she seems extraordinarily confident in her pursuit, I don't think that this is idle speculation. I think she knows. And then there's her full story entry in the character files called Dark Deed, which is worth reading in full because it reveals something important about when exactly Maleficent becomes aware of all of this. The entry tracks her from her curse on Aurora through her first meeting with an old man she doesn't know, a being of darkness whose interests aligned were hers, through her manipulation of Riku in Traverse Town, through to the moment Riku drives his keyblade into her chest. And then this, quote, "This was nothing more than casting away my body. All requirements for travelling through time should be in place. Could that man have known everything?" Close quote. She doesn't die when Riku defeats her, she time skips. She ends up in a data simulation of the past, the datascape. And it's there, through her experiences of Jiminy's journal and Recoded, she becomes interested in the Book of Prophecy, because she starts to understand what journals actually are. Now here's where things get genuinely complicated. Character files refer to the being who first contacts Maleficent in the Enchanted Dominion as the Old Man. Throughout the series, we've always assumed that the shadowy figure who appears to Maleficent and puts the idea of Kingdom Hearts in her head is Darkness, the entity that we meet in Union Cross and Dark Road, but not the character files. It specifically says the Old Man, not Darkness, not a shadow, an old man. That points to Xehanort. Specifically, Xehanort, who would have been operating in Enchanted Dominion around the time of Birth by Sleep. And if it's Xehanort who first tells Maleficent about the outside world and the 7 Hearts of Light, then it almost certainly is Xehanort who tells her about the box. Because he would have known. The gazing eye gives the Master of Masters sight of the future, and that sight passes to those who carries it. Xehanort, as a carrier, would have access to that information that most people couldn't dream of. So the chain is starting to look a bit like this. Master of Masters knows what's in the box because he put it there. Mushu knows because he's been guarding it. Xehanort knows because of his connection to that lineage that gives him knowledge that he shouldn't have. And Xehanort tells Maleficent. Perhaps not everything, but just enough. Enough for her to go look at. And here's something I've been sitting with For a long time, that suddenly makes a lot more sense. Books are everywhere in Kingdom Hearts. Yensid's Tower is full of them. Jiminy's Journal is one of the most consistent, significant objects across multiple games. The Book of Prophecies from Union Cross is literally what the foretellers use to predict the future. Recoded is entirely built around the concepts of a journal becoming a living world. What if that's not coincidence? What if books, specifically books that contain prophecy, books that record events, books that can be used to predict or shape the future, are a recurring motif because the book contains the original versions? The Book of Prophecies that the Master of Masters wrote is the source. Every journal, every record, every text in Kingdom Hearts that seems to have a strange power over events, it all traces back to that original text. And whoever gets the black box gets the Master's copy. That's why Maleficent wants it. Not just for power over darkness, but for power over the story itself. So here's where we land with that. Maleficent almost certainly knows what's in the box. The character files concern her speculation, tracks how she arrived at that knowledge. The answer she's pointing to, the Books of Prophecy, is consistent with every book motif across the entire franchise. And the fact that this has been sitting in a throwaway exchange in Thebes for years, without the fandom really clocking it, is either a massive oversight or a very deliberate piece of long game storytelling by Square Enix. I'm going to choose to go with the latter. Because here's the thing about Kingdom Hearts, it rewards people who pays attention, who don't take the surface level and move on, who sit with the weird throwaway lines and the background details and the things that don't quite fit. Maleficent said what was in the box in Kingdom Hearts 3, in Thebes, to Pete, while he was complaining about digging. We just didn't listen carefully enough. I want to know what you think of this, because honestly, one of two things is true here. Either we've always had the answer and we've just missed it, which says something fascinating about how this series hides stuff in plain sight, or Maleficent is wrong, which would be a genuinely rare occurrence for Kingdom Hearts as villain, and itself would be worth examining. Either way, the mystery of the box just got a lot more interesting. This has been LoreBySpec. If this theory got your brain working, please like, comment, and subscribe. It genuinely helps more than you think. I also have a podcast called Thinking Through the Darkness, where I work through theories like this one before they become video. The link is in the description. If you'd like to support the channel, you can also do so by going through the Ko-fi, which is also in the description. Thank you all so very much for watching, and I will see you next time.
Alright, I'm just gonna say it. I don't think Sora's real. And no, I don't mean he's fictional. We're all fictional here if you want to get philosophical about it. That's not new. I mean, in universe, Sora doesn't function like a real person, because he might not be. I think Sora's the first vessel, a prototype, a blank slate that only feels like a real person because of who he holds. And this idea actually started with a comment. Someone on the What's in the Box video said, it's the first vessel. And something about that's just stuck, because if you follow that thread, if there is a first vessel, a base form meant to be filled with hearts, that sure sounds a lot like Sora. Let's start from the top. The Station of Awakening. You know, stained glass, floating voids, light versus darkness, classic Kingdom Hearts weirdness. But have you ever looked at Sora's station in Kingdom Hearts 1? It's not just Sora, it's Snow White, Cinderella, Belle, Aurora. Literal princesses. Not exactly a personal highlight reel. It feels more like someone else's memory, not his. And it keeps happening. Sora's station isn't about Sora, it's always about linking him to other hearts. It's a junction, a transit hub. Because Sora's identity has never been clean. He holds Ven, he holds Kairi, he holds Roxas, he holds Xion. Sometimes all of them at once, and the more you look, the more he disappears. Even in his own story, the other people take the lead. Kingdom Hearts 1, it's Riku's story. Kingdom Hearts 2, Roxas and Nominee. Kingdom Hearts 3, literally everybody but Sora gets a character arc. He's the main character, sure, but he's also the narrative equivalent to Tofu. He just soaks up whatever he's next to. And maybe, just maybe, that's the point, because the Organization 13 keep coming back to him. They want him as a vessel, not Aqua, who's literally fallen into darkness. Not Riku, who's already hosted Ansem like a haunted Airbnb. Not Kairi, who's a princess of heart, so high value light real estate. No, they want Sora. Why? Because Sora isn't inhabited. He's inhabitable. He's not a person with a heart. He's a body with space. Vanitas backs this up too. Vanitas is pure darkness split from Ven, so he should look like a shadow of Ven, alright? But he doesn't. He looks like Sora. Before Ven ever met Sora. Before Ven was in his heart, so why would Vanitas look like him? Unless Sora's form, Sora's face, is what naturally the dark clings to. Unless Sora was always kind of a template. Still not convinced? Let's talk about how Sora gets his Keyblade. It's not bequeathed to him, he just gets it. Because Riku fumbled it. Except that's not how it works. Keyblades aren't just USB sticks. You can't just pick one up and plug it in and expect it to work. You need a ritual. It's a choice. It's a lineage. But Sora bypasses all of that, because the Keyblade chooses him as a substitute. A stand-in. A vessel. And what do vessels do? They inherit. They absorb. They carry. Think about every single new Kingdom Hearts game. Every single time, Sora starts at level 0. Stripped of all abilities, powerless. And how does he get stronger? Friendship. Connection. By bonding with others. By unlocking their hearts. He literally powers up by installing new emotional DLC. In Kingdom Hearts 3, Sora even says it. All my power came from them. Not training. Not growth. From others. And maybe it wasn't just the despair talking. Maybe it was the truth slipping out. He doesn't generate power, he hosts it. Sora might be full of heart, but how much of it actually is his? What if he's an airhead because he's simply empty-headed? Not dumb, just vacant. Not a full identity, just a chassis. And if the box contains the first vessel, and if Luciu's role is to protect it, then maybe Sora isn't just important to the story. Maybe he is the story. A container. A copy. A construct made to hold other people's light. Because if that's true, if Sora was made to be filled, then he was never the chosen one. Never the hero. Never even real. Just the first vessel. The original blank. A boy-shaped void that became the universe's emotional sponge. And the worst part? He doesn't even know.
So this theory started because of one of those comments. You know the type. And normally I would just ignore them. But there was something about this one that didn't sit quite right, so I did what I always do. And I went back to the character files. Because if Kingdom Hearts does one thing consistently, is that it tells us the truth quietly, and then lets us argue about it loudly. Now the argument itself was about arcs. Specifically what actually moves through them. And I've always held the position that an arc doesn't require a physical vessel. It never has. What it requires is continuity. According to the character files, arcs don't transport bodies, they transport existence. That existence can be anchored by memories, by objects, or by people who remember you. And the cleanest, earliest example of this is Maleficent. In Kingdom Hearts 2, Maleficent doesn't return to her body because she survives the events of Kingdom Hearts 1. She returns because fragments of her remain. Her cloak, her staff, and mainly because the fairies remember her. Memories give her form again. So far, so familiar, right? But here's where things stop lining up. Because when you actually read the character files, they don't say Maleficent returned from Kingdom Hearts 1. They say she returned from Union Cross to Kingdom Hearts 2. And that's a problem, because chronologically, which is how we've always looked at these games on a very linear time scale, Union Cross exists well before the events of Kingdom Hearts 1, which means two things have to be true here. Either Kingdom Hearts 1 is not the first time this Maleficent exists, or the Maleficent we see across the series isn't a single continuous instance, but multiple instances of the same identity, sharing the same will, the same memories, different anchor points though. And this is where the arc system suddenly begins to make sense. Arcs don't move people like luggage, they move through patterns. If someone remembers you, or if something of you survives, then you can reform. Maleficent didn't need a body waiting for her. She needed recognition. Which means the Maleficent in Kingdom Hearts 1 may already be a return, not an origin. And it also means that death in Kingdom Hearts has never meant erasure, only a loss of form. This isn't a one-off exception either. This is a rule the series keeps reinforcing. Naminé ends up coming to full form through memory, Roxas through memory. Replica bodies exist because memories give them shape. Physical vessels are convenient, but they're not required. And once you accept that, the Maleficent problem stops being a contradiction and starts being evidence. Kingdom Hearts isn't a single, rigid timeline. It's a system built on persistence, versioning, and reformation. And Maleficent is one of the earliest signs that the series was always telling us. So no, this isn't a retcon and it's not a mistake. Kingdom Hearts is just doing what it's always done, letting identity survive, even when the form does not.
So here's something strange. In the official Kingdom Hearts character files, Strelitzia's murder isn't just downplayed, it's erased. No mention of Ventus, no mention of death, just a disappearance. And that's not just softening the truth, that's rewriting history. When you look at Luarium's page in the character files, it says this: Strelitzia is attacked by someone and then disappears from the world, not long after Ava appoints her as a union leader. That's it. No name, no identity, not even a confirmation that she dies, just disappears. And Strelitzia's own entry is even more blunt. She's appointed as a union leader, but someone attacks her and she disappears. They've erased the most important part of her story. But here's the thing, we know what happened to Strelitzia. We see it in Union Cross. She's lured into an empty house, attacked. Her rulebook, the one that Ava gave her, is taken, and the one who takes it is Ventus. One of the main characters from the series, one of the good guys. Now, was Ventus being manipulated? Yeah. Was he fully in control? Probably not. But that doesn't change what happened. He's the one who kills Strelitzia. He's the reason she never becomes a union leader. And none of it is in the official character files. This isn't just a minor oversight, it's deliberate reframing. They're rewriting the murder as a mystery, turning a tragic character death into a vague footnote. And you have to ask, why? Why go out of your way to erase this part of the story? It sure feels like they're protecting Ventus, like they don't want to remind you that one of the Pure Light Keyblade hero killed someone to get where he is, even if he didn't mean to, even if he was being used. They don't want that on his record. But that's the truth. It happened, and they're pretending it didn't just makes the whole story weaker. Because once you start hiding things like this, once you start leaving out major events, it warps the way the audience sees the characters. It rewrites their arcs. In Ventus's case, it hides his guilt and the complexity that could make him even more compelling. He's not just a quiet kid with a sad past, he's a weapon. He was used to erase someone else's future. And until the series fully deals with that, until Ventus fully deals with that, it's always going to feel like something's missing. Here's something important. Strelitzia isn't just some forgotten side character. We know she's coming back in Kingdom Hearts 4. The trailer made that clear. So why erase the truth about her death now? Why pretend Ven didn't do what he did? It's almost like they're rewriting Ven's past in order to protect his image. But here's the thing, Ven isn't a princess of Heart. He's not supposed to be pure light. He's someone capable of wielding darkness. That's the complexity that makes him interesting. And instead of embracing it, the story hides it. And that's a problem. Because if Strelitzia returns, she deserves to be more than just a vague mystery or a plot footnote. She deserves the truth about what happened to her and the consequences that followed. If you look closer, this isn't the first time Kingdom Hearts has rewritten or hidden difficult parts of its history. It's a running theme, the idea what we know depends on who's telling the story and what they want us to remember. The event Strelitzia fits perfectly into this pattern. It shows us who controls the narrative and who benefits from hiding the darker truths. The impact isn't just on the story, it's on the characters, especially Luarium. Luarium's whole arc is shaped by losing his sister. His grief, his obsession with revenge, his pain, all stem from that moment. By softening or erasing Strelitzia's death, the files also downplay Luarium's trauma and the emotional weight he carries. That means fans who only read the files don't get the full picture of his motivations. They don't feel the full heartbreak and complexity from the Dandelion story. And that's a loss. So what does all this mean? Is the official story protecting Ven? Is it trying to keep the narrative simpler for newer fans? Is it setting up something bigger for Kingdom Hearts 4 or future entries? Whatever the reason, the fact remains. The truth is there in the game. The official character files are rewriting history, and that's a problem for anybody who wants to understand the full story. So what do you think? Why would the official character files erase something this important? Are they protecting Ven or hiding something bigger? Let me know in the comments, because this isn't just a plot hole, it's a lie.
There's an assumption baked into how Birth by Sleep is usually discussed, that the events of Birth by Sleep had to happen, that they were part of the Book of Prophecies, that Xehanort was simply carrying out something inevitable. But when you actually look at what Birth by Sleep does, and more importantly what it fails to do, that assumption starts to fall apart, because Birth by Sleep doesn't move the prophecy forward, it stalls it. So the question isn't what happened in Birth by Sleep. It's why it needed to happen at all. Let's strip this back to basics. The prophecy doesn't say who opens Kingdom Hearts. It doesn't say how. It doesn't say when. Only that light expires. Only that the clash occurs. That's it. Nothing in the Book of Prophecy requires Vanitas and Ven, the artificial forging of the X-Blade, Terra Possession, or Xehanort's personal involvement at all. So if the clash of light and darkness is inevitable, then Birth by Sleep is already suspect, because it fails. The X-Blade breaks, Kingdom Hearts closes, the world continues, the prophecy is not fulfilled, it's just a failed attempt. And here's where things get uncomfortable. Xehanort already knows how to detach hearts from bodies. move hearts across time, inhabit other vessels, fracture himself, and persist, which means that the research arc in Birth by Sleep isn't a discovery, it's repetition. If the timeline is cyclical, and the series explicitly shows us that it kind of is, then Xehanort already knows that these things are possible. So why repeat them? Why stage an apocalypse that can't succeed? Why force a clash that doesn't open Kingdom Hearts permanently? Unless the point was never success. Unless the point was control. Birth by Sleep starts to make sense when you stop treating it as prophecy and you start treating it as authorship. Xehanort isn't fulfilling fate, he's trying to insert himself in it, to be the one who opens Kingdom Hearts, to be the one who defines the clash, to be the one at the center of the story. That's why it matters that he fails, because the prophecy doesn't require him. And that's why Birth by Sleep is a Xehanort event, not a Book of Prophecy event. This is ego, not inevitability. And this is where the Master of Masters becomes relevant, because without needing to explain what he is, because when you look at how events unfold, a pattern emerges. He doesn't stop Xehanort, he doesn't correct him, he doesn't intervene. He distributes information, and then lets events play out. That's not how moral authority behaves. That's how a system behaves. Kind of like what I implied in my Master of Masters is a system, not a person theory. Because systems allow redundancy, it allows failure, it allows suffering, as long as the outcome eventually resolves. Birth by Sleep isn't necessary to the system, it's just tolerated by it. Because if Birth by Sleep wasn't required, then neither was the suffering that it caused. Ventus didn't need to be split, Terra didn't need to be broken, Aqua didn't need to be lost. None of that advances the prophecy. It only advances Xehanort. And that reframes everything. So no, I don't think Birth by Sleep was written into the Book of Prophecies. I think it was a detour. A failed attempt by someone who knew the end was coming and wanted to be the one who pulled the trigger anyway. And the most unsettling part is that the system let him try. We've always been told that the Book of Prophecy predicts the future, and that it shows what to come, and that those who hold it have knowledge of what will happen. But what if that's not true? What if the book isn't just predictive, but recursive, rewriting history to guarantee that its own future comes to pass? Let's start with what we do know. In Union Cross, the Book of Prophecy supposedly contains everything that will happen. The Master of Master gives a copy to each of the foretellers with one key exception. Everybody has a page except one. This missing page becomes the catalyst for distrust and collapse. The Book of Prophecy is that a traitor will emerge, but is that traitor real? Or does the prophecy create the conditions that make the betrayal inevitable? This is where things get weird, because the book doesn't describe the future. The book causes the future, and then ensures that it always happens the same way. Every time. We see this happen again when Maleficent tries to use the datascape in Union Cross to return to her own time. But she can't escape. The data has loops, time loops, events reset. She's told outright, this world is a recording, a playback, something that already happened, locked in place. It's unchangeable. That's not a prediction. That's a constraint. There's also something weird about how we never actually see the book. In the mobile games and back cover, we're constantly told about the book's power, but we're never shown the actual pages. There's no logs of events like the Ansem reports. No real-time reactions. No one disputes the book's contents because they all believe it. But that's exactly what makes it so dangerous. If the book says something happens, it happens. Not because it was going to, but because it must now. And that's what makes it recursive. The book writes a prophecy, the characters act accordingly to that prophecy, and their actions make the prophecy come true. But if that's the case, who's really in control? Is it the Master of Masters, or is it the book itself? Here's where things get even more suspicious. The Master of Masters allegedly wrote the book based on what he saw through the gazing eye, but the eye records the future, not the past, and that means the book was written after the events it describes. So how did it end up in the past? It's a bootstrap paradox. The books couldn't exist without the events, but the events only happen because the books exist. There's no true origin. And that's the trick. What if the book is less of a manuscript and more just a script? Something that must be followed because the world will rewrite itself until the script is fulfilled. Think about it. The world of Union Cross ends, the foretellers disappear, the Keyblade War resets everything, and yet the book survives. We don't see it again until Back Cover and Dark Road, but its impact never stops. The true future it describes is still unfolding across the series, even centuries later. But what if the book isn't just a record, but a failsafe? A system that preserves the outcome it wants by locking the universe into a narrative loop. Not a prophecy, a correction. A script with no room for improvisation. And anyone who tries to change the script, like Maleficent, gets rejected by the system. She's not just trapped in data, she's trapped in a past the book won't let her change. And now here's the kicker. What is the Book of Prophecy anyway? We've only ever seen one copy in back cover. We assume that's what it looks like, but in Kingdom Hearts 2, Jens is used as a book to show Sora, Donald, and Goofy what lies ahead. That book literally displays the events of the past, present, and potential future. No one calls it a Book of Prophecy, but isn't that what it is? Why don't we question that? Why do we trust some books more than others? Because the Book of Prophecy doesn't ask for your trust, it writes itself. And whether you realize it or not, you're already living in its pages.
The Keyblade Graveyard is one of the most iconic locations in Kingdom Hearts. It appears in Union and Chaos, Birth by Sleep, Kingdom Hearts 2, and Kingdom Hearts 3. When I went through the character files and the compendiums, I noticed something interesting about its origin and presence. The Union Cross compendium entry describes it as a wasteland where Keyblades stand like gravestones, marking the site of the Keyblade War. Master Xehanort waits there, and the lingering will of Terra's armor remains even after Terra's body is possessed. In Birth by Sleep, the character files note that the armor continues to exist in the Keyblade Graveyard after the battles, showing it's tied to Terra's lingering thoughts. In Kingdom Hearts 2 Final Mix, Sora confronts Terra's armor in the Keyblade Graveyard while wielding Terra's Keyblade. The armor then attacks him, mistaking him for one of Xehanort's underlings. In Kingdom Hearts 3, the files note that due to Terra's restoration, the armor's lingering thoughts disappear and return to Terra. Interestingly, the files describe the graveyard as a focal point across multiple eras, not just singular games. Yet, when you look at the timeline, the Keyblade Graveyard exists in Union Cross before many of the later conflicts takes place. This raises the question, why does a site for the Keyblade War already exist prior to Union Cross? The character files emphasize the lingering will and residual impact of the powerful Keyblade wielders, suggesting that the location is less of a historical accident and more of a narrative concept. Even in Union Cross, the files describe the surviving dandelions gathering under Ava's guidance, showing that the graveyard is present even when those Keyblade wielders are absent. The files further note that the dandelions waiting there, as well as the re-emerging foretellers, placing the graveyard as a consistent narrative loop. These entries suggest that the Keyblade Graveyard is not just a post-war memorial, but a structural point where events intersect across timelines. This aligns with the Lingering Will's presence,
The files highlight this strong feeling that persists, and by extension, the location itself. So the graveyard isn't merely a battlefield, it's a narrative anchor. It ties together Union Cross, Birth by Sleep, Kingdom Hearts 2, Kingdom Hearts 3, through recurring moments in the character files. And strictly from an analytical perspective, the graveyard exists as a locus of continuity, regardless of the timeline of events. It demonstrates that Kingdom Hearts treats some locations as persistent across timelines, not confined to linear cause and effect. The character files repeatedly reinforce this, showing that Terra's lingering thoughts, the Dandelion, and other key events all center around the graveyard. So when you think about why the Keyblade Graveyard appeared in multiple games, it's not just about gameplay or aesthetic, it's about narrative structure. It's a recurring site that embodies memory, legacy, and the residual impact of the Keyblade wielders, even before the events of Union Cross. Its presence is implied through the file, suggesting that Kingdom Hearts intentionally re-establishes it specifically as a foundation point. And that's why, according to the character files, the Keyblade Graveyard isn't simply set up in later games. It exists as a pre-existing constant that anchors the Keyblade narrative across the eras.
Alright, let's talk about a prophecy that's been haunting this franchise since the start. On that fated day when light expires and darkness prevails, the Book of Prophecy laid it all out. 7 lights, 13 darknesses, a cosmic equation, a baseline written in stone. But here's the problem. If this prophecy was supposed to guide the future, why does it never actually work? Why does light keep losing? Because maybe the Guardians of Light were never meant to save anything. Maybe they were the sacrifice. Look across every major arc. The pattern's obvious. The so-called light never truly triumphs, it just kind of limps forward. Broken, but breathing. The Wayfinder trio? Ruined. Then ends up split in two, half of him literally darkness incarnate. Aqua spends a decade wandering the abyss. Terra loses his body to an enemy he swore to stop. If that's victory, I'd hate to see what defeat looks like. Fast forward to the Keyblade Graveyard. The prophesized battleground. 7 lights, 13 darknesses. Destiny's final match. Except the light doesn't expire in some epic duel of good and evil. They're obliterated by numbers. Demon towers. Shadows. Not Xehanort's brilliance, just an avalanche of darkness that eats them alive. That's not a prophecy fulfilled. That's a prophecy rigged. Because the Book of Prophecy wasn't written by gods. It was written by the Master of Masters, a man who manipulates the future by scripting it first. And every time he does, the result is the same. The heroes of light get wiped out, reabsorbed, or turned into fuel for the next cycle. So what if the Guardians of Light weren't chosen to prevent darkness? What if they were chosen to contain it, to fail on purpose, so that the system could reset? Think about it. The Master sets up the foretellers in Union Cross. He tells them about the Keyblade War, and then just lets it happen anyway. He disappears. Centuries later, the same setup replays. 7 lights, 13 darknesses, all fated to clash. That's not destiny, that's maintenance. The myth of light versus darkness isn't a moral war, it's a balancing act. A closed loop. Every time light wins, the scale resets. Because light truly prevailing would break the system. And someone, probably the Master, doesn't want that. Which means the Guardians were never soldiers in some sort of holy war. They were batteries. Fuel for whatever world comes next. And here's where things get stranger. If the Dandelion Project succeeded, if Ava really did scatter the survivors to preserve the light, then where is everybody? Union Cross ends with thousands, maybe millions of wielders being saved. Ava's mission is clear. Preserve the light across worlds and timelines. Fine. Great. Preservation plan complete. Yet, by the time we reach Kingdom Hearts 3, the supposed fulfillment of that ancient prophecy, we got, 7? Maybe 9 Keyblade wielders? That's not divine destiny, that's extinction. It's not like the threats got smaller. If anything, they multiplied. Heartless, nobody unversed. Literal gods of darkness. Every age the enemy grows, but the light keeps shrinking. If darkness exists in every heart, then the math doesn't lie. We should need more wielders, not fewer. Yet, the light is perpetually understaffed. At this point, Guardians of Light feel less like chosen heroes and more like emergency replacements. And if light keeps dying out of every age, at what point does this prophecy stop being a warning and start being a progress report? Even the lineage of light doesn't hold up. The Keyblade inheritance system is falling apart. In a hypothetical world, let's say that the Keyblade wielders were wiped out and that there was no Sora to cling to, the final world. Who exactly do we have left to keep the light? Yen Sid would be the last known master. Doesn't even use his Keyblade anymore. He's effectively retired, a coach, not a player. He doesn't name a successor if Mickey is gone. He doesn't pass on the power. That's if he even can anymore. We never see him with a Keyblade to bequeath. So what happens when he's gone? Terra's bequeathed Riku, Aqua to Kairi, and Sora's a fluke, a Keyblade that kind of changed its mind. If that's the mechanism of preserving light, that's not destiny, that's chaos with a pretty handle. So maybe the real truth is simpler and uglier. The prophecy isn't describing some grand cosmic clash that keeps happening through the ages. It's describing an inevitable decay of the system itself. The Dandelion Project didn't save the light. It just delayed the funeral. And now we're watching the last candle flicker. When you step back, you realize the prophecy did come true. Just not in the way anyone hoped. Light expired. Darkness prevailed. And then everything reset. A new world. A new cycle. A new sandbox. The victory we saw at the end of Kingdom Hearts 3 wasn't light winning. It was the system rebooting. So maybe the Guardians weren't the saviors of the prophecy. Maybe they were its victims. Because the Master of Masters who wrote the book to ensure balance, not peace, then the light was never supposed to triumph. It was always supposed to burn out. And burn just long enough for him to write the next chapter.
I want to talk about something I don't think anyone in the Kingdom Hearts community is really discussing. This week, it's not going to be about the lore, it's not going to be about the characters, not a core theory. It's going to be about naming conventions. Because I think Square Enix has been telling us something about the structure of Kingdom Hearts and its timeline through the way that they're naming their games. And once you see it, you can't really unsee it. There are 3 distinct branches of the Kingdom Hearts timeline, and they're not equal. And they do not seem to interact in the same way. And Square has been signaling this to us the entire time through something as simple as what they put in the box. Let me show you what I mean. This isn't just a theory I pulled from thin air. The Kingdom Hearts compendiums and character files make a very specific point of flagging certain events as occurring in the non-final mix versions of the games. They go out of their way to document things that happen in one version that don't happen in another. Now ask yourself, why would they do that? If the final mix versions were always just the definitive editions, the complete versions, the versions that supersede everything else, why would the compendiums bother documenting what happens in the versions that didn't get the final mix treatment? Why not just lump everything together under the final mix canon and move on? Because they can't. Because those events happened in a separate branch. Because the compendiums are acknowledging, quietly, carefully, in the way that Square tends to do things, that the base games and the final mix versions are not the same timeline. They're derivative of each other. And they both matter. That word, derivative, is doing a lot of the heavy lifting here. The final mixes are explicitly labelled as derivative of the originals, not replacements, not updates, derivatives. A separate branch grown from the same root. So let's lay this out clearly. Branch 1, the base games. Kingdom Hearts 1, Kingdom Hearts 2, Chain of Memories, 358 over 2 days, Birth by Sleep. These are the foundations. No fixes, no qualifiers, just the games as they were originally released. Everything else is either derivative of these or responding to them. Branch 2, Final Mix versions. Kingdom Hearts 1 Final Mix, Kingdom Hearts 2 Final Mix, Birth by Sleep Final Mix. These are explicitly derivative. The compendiums are telling us so. They branch from those base games. Certain things happen here that don't happen in the base versions. They're not replacements. They're a separate timeline growing from the same root. Branch 3, or E titles, or E Chain of Memories, or E Coded, and crucially, or E Remind. Now, the or E prefix here is interesting. In standard usage, or E means regarding. It's the prefix you put in an email when you're responding to something. You're not replacing the original, you're not remixing it, you're responding to it, commenting on it, existing in relation to it. The RE Chain of Memories isn't just Chain of Memories in 3D, it's regarding Chain of Memories. RE Coded isn't just coded on a new platform, it's regarding coded. These titles are responses, and that changes what they are canonically. Here's where the data gets interesting. Square established a very consistent pattern with their final mix releases. Let's look at the gaps. Kingdom Hearts released in Japan in March 2002, Kingdom Hearts Final Mix released in December of 2002. 9 months. Kingdom Hearts 2 released in December of 2005, Kingdom Hearts 2 Final Mix released in March 2007. 15 months. Birth by Sleep released in January 2010, Birth by Sleep Final Mix released in January 2011. 12 months. The pattern is clear, it's 9 to 15 months consistently, without exception across every mainline title that received Final Mix treatment. Kingdom Hearts 3 released in January 2019. By the established pattern, Kingdom Hearts 3 Final Mix should have arrived somewhere between October 2019 and April of 2020. Instead, in January 2020, right in the middle of that exact window, Square releases Remind, not a Final Mix, an RE title. For the first time in the series' history, Square chose the RE branch over the Final Mix branch at precisely the moment the Final Mix would have been expected. That's not an accident, that's not a coincidence, that's a deliberate choice. So what does that mean? That Square skipped the Final Mix for Kingdom Hearts 3. Within the framework we've established, it means something significant. Kingdom Hearts 3's events aren't finalized. Every previous mainline title that received a Final Mix has had its events sealed, derivative branches established, canon locked. Kingdom Hearts 3 didn't get that. Instead, it got an RE title, a response, a regarding, a branch that exists in relation to Kingdom Hearts 3, rather than as a definitive version of it. The events of Kingdom Hearts 3 are still in flux, still unresolved, still capable of being different in another branch. And that's not a mistake. That's Square telling us through naming convention, through release pattern, through the deliberate break from 15 years of established practice, that Kingdom Hearts 3 isn't done yet. That what happened in Kingdom Hearts 3 is not the only way it could have gone. Now, this raises a lot of questions. What does this mean for Melody of Memory, a game that can only really exist if the remind occurred to be downstream of an RE title rather than a base game or a final mix? Where does 2.8 Fragmentary Passage sit in all this? A game whose numbering implies it belongs between Kingdom Hearts 2 and Kingdom Hearts 3, but whose content concerns the events around the end of Kingdom Hearts 1. And what does Kingdom Hearts 4 inherit from all of these three branches? Those are questions for part 2. For now, I want you to sit with this. Square has been telling us the structure of this timeline through the names on the boxes. 3 branches: base, RE, final mix. Each one real, each one distinct, each one mattering in ways the series hasn't fully explained yet. And the fact that Kingdom Hearts 3 skipped its final mix entirely, that's the most interesting thing Square has done with this franchise in years. So what does this, and this all have in common? They're all battle gates, right? They're all systems that we use to explore extra content in Kingdom Hearts 3 and in Dream Drop Distance. But there's a problem with this, something I realized quite recently. Why is it here? Why does Xehanort have one? And why do we go into it in Kingdom Hearts 3 for the final end battle with Kingdom Hearts? Because if you think about it, that doesn't make a lot of sense. Battle gates are meant to be self-contained portals where specific fights happen, not necessarily lore canon. But it explains a lot. It explains why Xehanort can warp worlds inside this very specific Scala at Kylum. Because let's face it, in most other worlds, people do not have the power to manipulate gravity, to warp buildings, to have things underground, and yet it's a specific motif we see constantly in this Scala at Kylum fight. But everything happens so quickly that we don't really have any time to sit and process the fact that this isn't real. This specific Kingdom Hearts is alive in this data portal of Scala at Kylum. It's not the real Kingdom Hearts. It's not the real Scala. We know this because the gang, when we finish the level and we seal this particular portal, we all end up back at the Keyblade Graveyard in the real world, where the previously formed Kingdom Hearts is gone. Even Mickey says it's all finally over. We have completed the task. But more telling than that is where we also see this battle gate. We see it at the end of Melody of Memory. We see it as a portal to Quadratum, meaning Quadratum itself is a testing facility. The Fairy Godmother even says something quite specific, which is, be careful out there, dear. Try not to do anything too reckless. Come straight back. If this was a one-way ticket, if this wasn't a gate that we could go in and out of, this would be a one-stop shop for Riku. He would not be able to return until Sora comes back. Meaning Quadratum and Unreality is going to be a very specific testing facility. It's going to be a very liminal space. And it was all right in front of our eyes when we didn't really have any time to process exactly what that means for the future. So I want to dig into a question I've seen come up a lot. Why are Yuzora and the Master of Masters treated as though they're the only characters who steal Keyblades? And the answer is they aren't. We've actually seen Keyblades move between wielders plenty of times in this series. What we haven't seen is true theft, and there's a difference. The only real example of a Keyblade being taken in any meaningful way happens in Kingdom Hearts 1, when Riku confronts Sora in Hollow Bastion and reclaims the Keyblade. That's the only moment in the franchise where a Keyblade actively rejects one wielder and submits to another in real time. And even then, that isn't theft, it's the Keyblade making a choice. Sora doesn't lose it because Riku overpowers him. He loses it because at that moment he doesn't believe he deserves it. That's the rule. Keyblades don't get robbed. They leave. Everything else people point to is just mechanics being misread as lore. Yuzora doesn't steal your Keyblade. He disarms you. There's a difference. He never keeps it. He never wields it permanently. And the Keyblade doesn't transfer loyalty. It's a temporary confiscation during a boss fight, not a metaphysical takeover. If Yuzora had actually stolen Sora's Keyblade, the fight would end the moment it happened, but it doesn't. Because the Keyblade never leaves Sora. And neither does it ever belong to the Master of Masters in the way people imply. We're told the Master of Masters can create Keyblades, not steal them. Forging from hearts isn't theft, it's synthesis. And we have zero evidence that he confiscates, destroys, or reassigns Keyblades by force. None. So the real question isn't why does the Master of Masters steal Keyblades? The real question is why does he have so many? Because Keyblades aren't objects, they're bonds. And bonds only persist while the heart that has it persists. Which brings us to a much stranger detail. Why doesn't No Name stay with Xehanort forever? Why does the Keyblade change from the Lingering Eye? Because the Keyblade can't belong to more than one complete will. It can't duplicate it. You can't split it. You can't host it across incarnations without consequence. When Xehanort ages, the Keyblade changes. Not cosmetically, but unorthotically. It adapts. Because the heart is bound to has changed. Now look at Roxas and Xion. They literally can't wield the Kingdom Key at the same time because it's not an object. It's one heart trying to express itself through two bodies. One wins, one loses. Again, that's not theft, that's reality asserting itself. Which is why the idea of the Master of Masters stealing Keyblades doesn't just feel wrong, it is wrong. Because if you could steal Keyblades, then everything we know about hearts, inheritance, and the will in Kingdom Hearts would collapse instantly. And Nomura doesn't break his metaphysics by accident. You ever notice how Donald and Goofy seem too comfortable around universe-breaking events? Like they've seen this all before? Because maybe they have. Maybe Donald and Goofy are ancient. Today we're diving into the theory that Donald and Goofy aren't just King Mickey's bumbling sidekicks. They're timeless witnesses to Kingdom Hearts itself. Beings who have been around since the age of fairy tales. Let's start with the evidence. In Union Cross, the mobile games like before the Keyblade War, Donald and Goofy appear in story events. No explanation, no portal, they're just there. And this isn't just a crossover gag or a glitch, it's treated as canon. They shouldn't be. Mickey? Fine, he has jumped through time portals before, but Donald and Goofy? That implies that they were alive during the age of fairy tales. Characters who don't belong in that era, who should have been erased, but weren't. And here's where things get weirder. In Union Crofts, gummy blocks are canonically a thing. You know, the spaceship Legos made from the broken barriers between the worlds. But the barriers hadn't fallen yet. That's the whole point of the Keyblade War. The world was still united, so how are gummy blocks already being collected? Either barriers broke earlier than we were told, or Union Cross is a simulated retelling, a constructed memory. Or someone with knowledge of the post-split tech is present way too early. And who just happens to show up in that suspicious era? Donald and Goofy. It's giving canonically online, but for reality. Let's shift into the modern game. Donald Zeta flares a literal god in Kingdom Hearts 3 and survives, something that should canonically obliterate his body. We've seen entire worlds vanish to much weaker attacks, but Donald just takes a nap. Goofy has a similar thing, saving Mickey in Kingdom Hearts 2 when everybody thinks he's dead from a rock falling on his head, which should have killed him. It would have killed anyone. He simply says, gosh, I've gotten worse bumps in the noggin than that, and then just kind of moves on with things. Now here's something spicy. Yensid, Mickey's former master and Keyblade sage, clearly respects Donald and Goofy. In fact, he gives them higher tactical authority than Mickey at one point. He says, and I quote, Mickey still hasn't outgrown his impetuousness. Meanwhile, Donald and Goofy are treated like seasoned warriors. Even when he explains to Donald that if he dies, he'll become a basic Heartless, not even a nobody, Donald's response is just, "Aw." That's not naivety. That's veteran ennui. So, what if Donald and Goofy aren't just long-lived? What if they're not even from the same fabric of reality? Let's entertain a wild but strangely fitting idea. What if they're like Muggles? Multiversal constants, entities who exist across timelines, not within them. That would explain their presence in every Kingdom Hearts era, and their immunity to timeline resets, why they're so emotionally grounded while reality collapses. Donald and Goofy might be the only consistent characters in Kingdom Hearts for one reason. They predate the timeline. They're part of a scaffolding of the universe. And if that's true, maybe they've just been watching all along, not just protecting Sora, but observing him, guiding him. Because they've seen hearts fracture, worlds fall, Kingdom Hearts itself shattered, and they are still here. Maybe that's the reason why they're with Sora, not because Mickey sent them, but because they chose to follow the thread of destiny again.
Alright, I'm just gonna say, what if Heartless aren't the villains? What if we've been killing the only things that are trying to keep the worlds in balance? Because when you really look at them, how they move, where they appear, what they chase, it doesn't line up with the story we've been told. We were told that they're mindless darkness, born of corruption, pure instinct. But instinct serves a purpose. Every species in Kingdom Hearts, Heartless, Nobodies, Unversed, even Dream Eaters, they all do something. They balance something out. Except Heartless don't just show up anywhere. They're drawn to imbalance, to worlds cracking under too much light, to hearts overflowing or collapsing under their own weight. Destiny Island, Radiant Garden, Twilight Town, all places that were too bright, too peaceful, too saturated with light. When light dominates, darkness isn't evil. It's correction. It's gravity pulling things back to the center. So what if the Heartless aren't spreading darkness? They're collecting it, absorbing it, containing it, doing what the Keyblade wielders refuse to do. Accept that darkness has a place. Think about what happens when you defeat a Heartless. You don't destroy it. You release the heart it held. But that heart doesn't go free. It shoots upwards, straight into Kingdom Hearts.
That's not evil. That's recycling. A closed loop. A natural order. Now, consider this. When a person becomes a heartless and a nobody, the heart and body are separated. When both are defeated, the person reforms. That's not corruption, that's restoration. The heartless are literally part of the process that brings people back. So what if we've been interfering? What if the Keyblade, this weapon of light, is breaking the system by scattering hearts before they can return home? What if the heartless aren't the infection? They're the immune response. Because every time the light wins, the world breaks. Every time we purge the darkness, the cycle restarts. Kingdom Hearts isn't about eradicating shadow. It's about learning to live with it. The Master of Masters says it best. Darkness will prevail and light expire. Not as a threat, as inevitability, as balance. So maybe the Heartless were never meant to be our enemies. Maybe they were custodians, caretakers, the last remnant of a system that remembers what equilibrium actually looked like. And if that's true, if they're not just the monsters, if they're just doing their job, then maybe the real darkness was the arrogance of thinking we were ever meant to fight them in the first place. There's something off about Ventus. He's kind, connected, and he's timid, or so we're told. But the more you look at his story, the more you realize that version of him doesn't exist anymore. Maybe it never even did, and yet he's still here, not aging, not changing, not whole. This isn't just a case of narrative oversight, it's something deeper, because if Ventus doesn't make sense, then something's being hidden. We're told that Ventus is a timid boy with a strong longing for friendship, that he was a union leader from the age of fairy tales, chosen by Ava. But it was later revealed he wasn't chosen at all. He was a replacement, a last-minute swap. The original name on the list, Strelitzia. And then, without explanation, Ventus disappears, catapulted forward through time through a true arc. Where does he land? We don't know, but somehow he ends up in the hands of Master Xehanort. Not Brain, not Skuld, not Ephemer, Xehanort. That's not just a coincidence, that's a gap in the timeline that's never been explained. Here's the thing, Xehanort is obsessed with forging the Keyblade, which required a clash between the pure light and pure darkness, so he tried to break Ventus in half. But why Ventus? Xehanort at this point in time is no amateur. He's spent years experimenting on darkness, hearts, and identity. We know from Anthem's report in Dark Road that there were many others subjected to these tests. So why this boy? Why choose Ventus unless there's something about him that we're not being told? The most obvious red flag in all of this is that Ventus looks like Sora, not like Roxas, not like Ventus, not like some generic dark clone. Sora. Which makes no sense unless the connection between Sora and Ventus runs much deeper than we've been told. The official explanation is that Ventus takes on Sora's face because Sora healed Ventus's fractured heart, but there's a huge problem with that. That fracture and the creation of Ventus happened before Sora was even born. How does a boy who doesn't exist yet imprint his face onto a living embodiment of darkness? Either someone's lying about the timeline, or Sora and Ven have been entangled for far longer than we realize. And if Ventus isn't just Ven's darkness, then maybe he's something much older. Or something shared. Here's the problem. The whole sleeping in Castle Oblivion thing? That doesn't make much sense either. We're told Ventus is in deep sleep after the events of Birth by Sleep that his heart's with Sora, that he won't wake up until it returns. But throughout the series, we see him showing up.
His armor reactivates, his heart responds, even affecting events. And if his heart is supposed to be inside Sora, how are both of them meant to be functioning at the same time? Roxas couldn't exist without Sora. Xion couldn't exist without a tether. How is Ven active and influencing events without collapsing that whole logic? Let's go back to basics. In the character files, it's described Ventus as kind, timid, and longing for friendship. But if you look at the way he behaves post Birth by Sleep, he's not the same boy. In Union Cross, Ven is complicit of the murder of Strelitzia. Possessed or not, that's not someone timid. In Birth by Sleep and Kingdom Hearts 3, he shows independence, sarcasm, agency. He's not shy, he teases Aqua. He plays games with Terra. Even his post-Kingdom Hearts 3 diary in the character files reads more like someone processing trauma than someone who's just gentle. These are not traits of a flat, timid boy, they're fragments. Some of them feel borrowed. It matches because Ventus isn't just another Keyblade wielder. He is the blueprint, the Keyblade experiment, the link between the ancient past and the modern era. And we don't know what that is. Was he a blank slate? A failed vessel? A heart that was fractured and rebuilt one too many times? All we know is this. Something is missing. And until we understand what that is, we'll never understand what Kingdom Hearts is really doing with its timeline.
Jokes about how hard Sora's mom has it gets passed around a lot this fandom. And honestly, I get it. In fact, the man, the myth, the Turkey Lord himself, Cynical, sums this plight up pretty well when he says this.
Sora, dinner's ready.
Bruh.
Sora?
By the way, I'm just assuming here that, like, Riku and Kairi, had to go over to Sora's house at the end of Kingdom Hearts 3 once Sora vanished and was just like, yo, I don't know, let's call her Elaine. I don't know why Elaine. Your son died. He just kind of vanished out there on the Powerpoo fruit tree. And then they come back a year later. Yeah, so we kind of know where he is. He's in this, other dimension. Like, I feel so sorry for this woman at this point. She has been through so much. Not a single note left in his first adventure to be like, hey, Mum, I'm off to God knows where. Disappears for a full year, and then at the end of Kingdom Hearts 2 comes back for like a hot second, and then is off again. The stress levels of Sora's mum must just be immense.
It's funny, but it also kind of dodges a much darker implication that Kingdom Hearts never actually addresses. Because when you stop joking for a second and actually ask the question, where did Sora's mum go? The answer the series quietly gives us isn't a comforting one. Sora's mum disappears when Destiny Island falls. We never see her again, even though when the worlds are reformed, post KH1, we do see previous characters reunite. But there is no reunion, no off-screen explanations, no she's waiting back home. And before anybody jumps to Nomura just forgot about her, let's actually look at what the story does show us. When Worlds falls, Kingdom Hearts has rules. People don't just vanish. Hearts that survive end up somewhere, and most of the time that somewhere is Traverse Town. Traverse Town exists specifically to catch the displaced. Lost hearts, lost people. Sora gets there, Riku gets there, plenty of unnamed civilians get there, but Sora's mum, she's not there. And that's strange. But okay, maybe she didn't end up in Traverse Town. Fine. What about the final world? That's a place for hearts on the brink, for people who haven't fully passed on, for unresolved souls. We meet children there, we hear nameless stars, we see characters clinging to existence by threads. And again, no Sora's mum. No star, no echo, no trace. And this is where context matters. Destiny Islands didn't fall slowly. It didn't fracture. It didn't evacuate. It was swallowed by darkness completely. And unlike places like Radiant Garden or Twilight Town, there's no indicator that regular people were spared. When Destiny Island goes, it goes. And I know the immediate pushback here, but Kingdom Hearts wouldn't kill Sora's mom, it's a Disney game. Well, here's the thing. Kingdom Hearts kills entire worlds. It just doesn't linger on civilians suffering. The series avoids showing it, not actually doing it. So if Sora's mom didn't end up in Traverse Town, if she didn't linger in the final world, and if Destiny Island fell the way the series said it did, then the most likely answer is that she isn't missing. It's that she didn't survive. And that actually reframes Sora's story in a really important way. Sora didn't just lose his home. Sora loses the possibility of going back to a normal life. There are no parents waiting, no dinner table, no after all this is over. All we have is just forward momentum, just destiny. Kingdom Hearts doesn't save everyone. It just follows the people who do.
So this is going to be a little bit new for me, but we're going to be doing a different sort of capture today, where we're talking about timeline differences in Kingdom Hearts. Something, as I have been reading the character files and the Ultramaniums, keep coming up, that in each of the glossaries they make a distinction between 2 and final mix 2. Now, while this might seem a little obvious to you and everyone else that they are indeed separate games, we do tend to try to throw everything in as one. We don't tend to talk about them in terms of the differences between KH1 versus KH1 Final Mix. We tend to, when we're talking about the games, just talk about the Final Mix versions. And what I'm finding in the compendium is that's not what they want us to do. They make a very clear line that the works are derivative. So what is derivative? It means from an established source. Meaning that, as we all fundamentally know, that KH2 does not equal KH2 Final Mix, because there are events that happen in
final mix that don't originally happen in KH. This goes for all of the games. I'm just using 2 as an example. Whether we like it or not, this means that there's a time split. Because if some things are happening in one version, and not happening in another, that tends to kind of mean that these are on 2 different tracks, even if they do end up leading to the same place. So it might explain why we all feel a bit weird about KH3. Because Remind answers some questions, but it doesn't answer all of them. And it also goes to show that there are peaks and troughs in our knowledge where we naturally know some things and we don't know them in others. So you may be going, Spec, what's the big deal? What's the big deal about that? It matters because we now have a place to start. There's a YouTuber by the name of Shady Riku. He's from Northern Ireland, so right above me. And he's been doing a lot of comparisons about what happens if you do certain events out of order. So for instance, it's perfectly reasonable to defeat Maleficent's dragon before the Colosseum. And if you do that, Hades and Maleficent never interact. Because she's already defeated by the time you get there in Kingdom Hearts 1. So the games are already showing us that from as early as KH1, time and its impact was changeable. A lot of people know about the one with Riku if you decide to skip Monstro. and go straight to Wonderland, that the subsequent battles in Monster are changed and the whole interaction with Riku there is changed because you no longer had to deal with him on the ship. But that changeability is becoming very canon to how Kingdom Hearts as a franchise behaves. If we note in the KH4, the voice says, if this world brings you despair, leave this world for another. Your options are endless. And I think this is circling back home to this notion of people blipping in and out, certain events happening in and out of order. The whole time being quite wobbly might be very intentional. And yeah, I think that's where we get to start piecing apart, because people have said it in my comments, people have said it in others about the sleeping realm theory. That it doesn't make sense. And it's my biggest complaint too with the sleeping world theory. That the drop only starts in 3. And I'd agree with them. We can see things changing as far back as KH1 with alternative scenes. It requires more research from me, obviously, to present this to you in any sort of reasonable way that's not me just writing lines on my iPad dictating to you. But for now, I feel like that should be worthy of you understanding my thought process when it comes to creating things like this.